Hello. I hope everyone's doing well. It's the day before the end of the year. Awesome. Awesome. Good. I don't hear an echo. I don't hear myself. Hockey game's about to start. There we go. Welcome to my so-called life. My name is William. And my microphone's good, but I don't know if it's that good. I hope everyone's doing well. It's Saturday night, and this is my so-called life. Pam, it is so good to see you. Awesome. I completely scored today at the thrift store. I purchased a Husqvarna Viking, and it actually works. I'm going to show you in a minute, but I'm giving away the game right now because I'm so excited that thing works. So far at the end of the year, every sewing machine I've purchased from the Gray Singer on has been a winner. So, and the Touch and Smoke. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope everyone's resting, enjoying themselves. I'm drinking an espresso, and I'm going to show you everything I've been thrifting. What did I spend? I paid $30 for that machine. And it's rare that I don't negotiate about price. But when I saw it was a Husqvarna Viking, I was like, oh, and you know what's so funny? My son was with me today. He's so well trained when it comes to going to thrift stores. He made sure the buckles were on the case and everything, and we picked that thing up. He talked me out of like 4 different mini toy sewing machine. Well, I consider them toys, but like I already own that particular model. So it's good to have young Mr. Sewing with me when I go thrifting because he he helps me out. He talks me out of quite a few things that I probably would have purchased that I really didn't need at all in any way, shape, or form. Awesome. But before we get to that, this program is for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by my so-called life and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the views of every single human being on planet Earth. I hope everybody has a great evening flying my so-called life airlines. I almost made it all the way through that. Awesome. So I went thrifting today and I bought a few things, but it's the end of the year. And it's always funny to me that this time of year I find sewing machines because I feel like people start hobbies and they're like, oh, this is sewing. Or they bust out grandma's old sewing machine, not knowing how complicated it kind of is. But before I get to any of that, I did purchase a few things. And let's see if the one hilarious one is out of the dryer yet. Oh. Oh. All right. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. It was a good deal. You know what? For something like that, excuse me, I know that as long as there's nothing majorly wrong with it, it's a solid machine. Hey, Joy. Hello. Great to see you. I got lucky. It's the same thrift store that I found the Gray Singer, and lately, it's every time I turn the corner in their electronics aisle, there's been a sewing machine for a decent price. That's worth it. So, excuse me. There's this one thrift store that I go to. It's kind of bougie, it's out of the way, but that's the place where I get all of the crazy patterns. So I thought I purchased every single pattern that they have. I did not. Stupid laptop switched. Oh, I completely understand. I completely understand. PCs are I actually have a PC in this room, and I have to like call people like, "Hey, how do you turn this thing on?" Thank you, Skits Crasher. I was waiting. I was waiting for that. You have to say it in the Michael Jordan voice. But it's Swedish. It's from Sweden. It's a Husqvarna Viking. It's an amazing, solid sewing machine. So, oh, I bought a few things from a few thrift stores. It's hilarious how my son knows depending on where I'm going, which thrift store that we're going to. So they don't have as much fabric as they used to, and that's okay. You know, I've purchased quite a few yards from this place, and some were complete and utter miss. I purchased this Thanksgiving pattern. I think I still have some of it. I'll find it. It's pretty ugly, but this is awesome. I'm definitely going to use this for like the lining of a hood. I haven't even opened it up to see how big it is, but I paid $3 for it because I live in California and everything is overpriced. Oh, you know what? It's a good enough amount for like the inside of a hood or something. But this reminds me of a few prints I have, and I love the contrast of colors on this. So I'm completely stoked. And one day I will be able. Oh, I paid $3.99 for this, and I thought the same thing. I was going through a lot of the fabric, and I really didn't like most of the prints, and so I got this. I'm definitely gonna put this in the inside of a hood or a jacket or like, you know, in a mystery place where someone's like, "Oh wow, that's awesome." So I'm stoked. I am completely stoked. Thank you, Joy. Thank you. I'm always thinking, even with small bits like this, I'm always thinking about something that I can make with it. Like, and especially with something like this just screams lining of a hood. And it's been a while since I've, excuse me, it's been a while since I've made a sweatshirt. Okay, so I've been, I've been ignoring these instant appliques for almost, I don't know, 6 or 7 months. Every time I go to this particular thrift store, they're there. And you know what? Today I felt really sorry for them and I purchased them. And I purchased quite a few. These things are old. Let me see if they have a year. Let's see if these things have a year on them. Oh, they're from Michael's. Why do they look so disheveled? They're from Michael's though, but what year? Oh, that's so. So I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna turn these ugly appliques lives around and do something with them. You know what? My lighting is doing these things justice. These sat on a shelf somewhere in some sad store, and this is Michael's old tag. If you can see that. Oh, is it from? 88? Is that from 1988, or are there just a bunch of numbers on there? I purchased quite a few. The guy was even like, "Oh man, these have been here for a while." And like I always say, every time I go there, I thought I purchased every pattern from that place, but apparently I have not. It's nothing too spectacular, but because my business has completely and utterly taken off, um, you know, and if anyone needs a power suit, if you need a power suit, call my so-called life. I will have that Barbara Bush suit for you in 10 seconds. Look at that. That is a power suit. Awesome. Awesome. Are they all the same? Yes. And there's quite a few of them. Quite a few. Literally, I think someone like this was what was left in the shelf. They're probably from a closed store. That particular thrift store that I go to, it's weirdly bougie because of the neighborhood it sits in. It's in a old school, really established neighborhood, but all the houses go for like $5 or $6 million each. It's weird. Yeah, hello. Hey, Kilroy. I was wondering where you were. I'm glad you could join us this evening. You just missed the power suit. Oh, I laughed. I have see now that I kind of know what I'm doing. I'm gonna see what year this came out. Oh, this is 2004. Why does it look like 1994? And this, the butt trick patterns. They're just hilarious to me. But this is from 1993. Awesome. And because young Mr. Sewing was with me today, I was feeling extra goofy. And for all my parents out there, you'll know what I'm saying. I live to embarrass my son. It is my life's duty. And yes, I said duty to embarrass my son. So when we were in the hat rack, I got this hat because he was like, "That's the dumbest hat ever." I said, "Where?" "I'll buy it." I got a Bud Light coalition of surf riding, but let's make the hat let's make the bill a little bit more how I like it. Oh, that's perfect. Yay! Hello. How are you, Dixie? That sewing guy, boy, he really can sew. We're gonna rewrite that song, Skits. Patent pending. Hello, Dixie. How are you? Great to see you. Yay! Hello. And I was feeling really froggy when I bought this hat. I've washed it twice at this point. Um, you know, I have a sewing room and I have all kinds of crazy things in here, and I thought that this would be a beautiful addition to the sewing room, but it's just an excuse to buy a crazy hat. Some people may recognize this hat, but I feel I don't know if anyone remembers my crazy hat phase, but I feel a crazy hat phase coming back. My son was like, "Oh, please don't buy that." And I said, "Why? There's not this hat is awesome." He was like, "No, that hat is ridiculous." Oh, come on. My head is humongous, but it fits. I'm gonna have to do a few things to this, but this hat is amazing. Um, I'm excited. When I saw this hat, I was like, uh, I need that one. I need that one. You're still crazy. You're still in your crazy hat phase. True. I don't think I ever left my crazy hat phase. Do you know my entire life I've had hat issues where like since I was probably 12 or 13, I've worn a hat all the time. I mean, I went from wearing a beret, trying to be like Daryl Strawberry. My head is too big for a fedora, so I wear a cowboy hat. Oh, but I love this hat. And you need crazy hats. Everybody needs crazy hats at their house. Yeah. Oh, I'm all about having a good time, Dixie. I am all about, but because this hat is a stranger to me, I washed this thing twice. And to all my Goodwill people, to anyone who needs to hear this, you should always wash anything that you buy. As far as clothes, anything else, that's up to you. But you should always wash your clothes when you buy them from a charity shop, thrift store, swat meet, garage sale. Your best friend that you don't live with, always wash the clothes. And it seemed like it was worn. So I busted out my deck brush and I got a bunch of shout and I put a ton of shout on this and I scrubbed this thing. Yay, hello. It is totally Dr. Seuss, Dixie. Totally. When I saw that, I was like, oh, thank you, Pam. Thank you. This hat is for when someone comes to my house and they're like, is there any adult supervision? And I'm like, I am the adult supervision. How may I help you? You need to put a balloon at the top to keep it from flopping over. You know what? I have all kinds of things. I have tomato wire. I have all kinds of stuff that I could run. But it's stiffened up the second I washed it as it flops over. Choo choo ew if you don't. Absolutely. Thank you, Joy. I wash everything. I'm weird about hygiene and I don't think everybody else is, and that's not even like a dig or anything, but I wash everything when it comes to the thrift store. In my earlier videos, I used to always say scabies and bed bugs sound like your favorite punk band, but they're not. It takes 3 washes to wash the stank out of another one to make it clean. Absolutely. I've brought things back to life though. I have. Like this like the sweatshirt I'm wearing right now. I was trying to think like when did I get this thing's old? It's so old that it has a fade from the sun on it for me just being like this. This is my tractor sweatshirt. And if you can see, that side is faded from one side because I make a ton of left turns and it's not on this side. But I wash it. And if I didn't point that out, you would never know. This thing's old. This is my tractor sweatshirt. Even your hands after leaving the thrift store, if you don't. So true. So true. Do you know the plague is what really solidified me always doing that no matter what. And good for that. I give people the evil eye if they don't wash their hands. In my house, like the bathroom, like when you walk in, you either have to make a right or a left. And the bathroom is in a weird place. It's like almost in front of the house. So it's like a walk of shame if you don't wash your hands in my house. I keep a bag of wet wipes in my vehicle. I do too. I do as well. I've learned over the years, and it's not like anything crazy ever happened to me from anything I ever purchased from the thrift store, but I've learned like just to wash things. And I buy sneakers too, and I wash the sneakers as well. And I don't know if that's me just going overboard or not, but I'll totally wash some sneakers. Oh, I still have a comment that I haven't sent in there. So I've been working on my vest. Let me put all of my pirate horde of the day away. Do you know what's so funny? These things, you you can tell that I was raised Roman Catholic because I feel guilty about everything, especially inanimate objects, because these things lived at the thrift store. And I, for probably years, because I've been going there consistently for a long time now. And one day I'm like, oh, you've been here for a while. Come on. You guys can go. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, let me jump over here. Oh, why won't you let me watch? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Sorry, Skits put something up and I'm easily distracted. Looky, you can buy used sneakers. I'm weird foot. I can't. Well, see, one of the reasons why I jump on that is because I have a size 13 wide foot. And so because of that, I jump on shoes because shoes are expensive. Like I spend a lot of money for my boots, but when it comes to sneakers, I beat them up. And I'm one of those weird old people who are trying to relive their youth. So I still skate. I still do all kinds of stuff. Our stores throw things out if it sits there for a while. They're so consistent. It depends. Like Goodwill turns things over. Okay. And this particular thrift store, it will sit there for years upon years upon years. When I first bought the first pack of patterns, one of the people that worked there, they were like, "Oh wow, this has been here as long as I've worked here," and I was like, "What?" Apparently, not too many people like to sew on that side of town. Let me know if I can show that video. If not, okay. So there I was, minding my own business. And I went to a few stores already, and young Mr. Sewing and I turned the corner and saw this thing. I don't know if my lighting's gonna do any justice by this. Oh, it's so funny. Do you know these angles either make me look really tall or they make me look like a borrower or a hobbit? Aww. Okay, let me excuse me. Let me fire up. Thank you. Thank you, Pam. It is a pretty color. Yo, the funny thing is I thought it was actually extremely faded because I took my glasses off because I was trying to front and be cool when I was walking around the thrift store. Because I'm a responsible adult and I carry my glasses with me everywhere I go. I wear them in the car and I do this, especially like when I park at a stadium or something. I do this. Okay, I'm parked in G4. Okay. Then I take them off and move on with my life. Sophia needs to become a recurring character in this sitcom. I have a feeling like Sophia is because she came with her own name and everything. Hey, Alibaba, great to see you. Great to see you. You know, your timing is amazing. You always show up at the right sewing machine time. Because I was rambling about other things, but this is the moment I remembered this thing was sitting on my desk right in front of me. Don't judge me by my dirty floor. You know, I just shot a video and I saw something on the carpet and I almost reshot the scene. So I totally get it. But I didn't. So now you guys we'll all see it because I brought it up. All right. Oh, let me make it big. There we go. Oh, why did I do that? Ah, wrong button. Okay. I'm going to have to do that when I share the screen. Don't judge me by my dirty floor. I understand. Trust me. Yay. Hello, hello. Hello, Ollie. Yay. Yay. Hello, Dixie. Hello. I I scored. It's been a while since I've completely scored on something, but before I show the video, back in the day, I would always judge a sewing machine. Does the light work? Okay. Okay, good. At least the electrics are somewhat working. I still to this day judge a sewing machine based on if the lights work or not. All right, let me see. I clicked on that a bunch of times. Okay, so let me know if you can see that. Aww. Skits was adopted by a kitty. Aww. So, what color would you call that cat? I'm considered colorblind. That cat looked black grayish to me. Yay. Hello, hello. I'm going to find a scrap piece real quick because I always forget the fun stuff. Let me move all of this over. We're playing the Los Angeles Kings are playing the Edmonton Oilers this evening, so you may hear me say "rah" a few times here and there. I apologize in advance. Scrap piece. I need a scrap piece. You know, it's funny to me. There's a particular thrift store that I go to that it's pretty hit or miss, but this time of year, I feel like people they buy sewing machines and they're like, oh, this is what sewing is, and then they quit and then they send it to the thrift store. Just in the past 3 or 4 months, I have purchased some really quality sewing. Well, in the past like month, I've purchased some really quality sewing machines. Blue. Thank you, Joy. Thank you. Skis just had to show off his. Man, I'm slow on the chat tonight. Man, I am slow on the chat tonight. Need to drink some more espresso. It's because I'm wearing shoes. Let me kick these clod hoppers off. All right. Today was actually funny because the the holidays are here, but there were not that many people on the road. And I didn't even get up that early. It's really funny. I left the house at 11 o'clock. And when I go thrifting on the weekends, usually I'm coming back to my house by then, at least for round one. My chihuahua looked dark gray, but her true color was called blue. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Or they get a new machine and get rid of the old one. True. That is true, Pam. I didn't think about that. So this time of year, I always see really awesome sewing machines at the thrift store. It's like it's a tradition now at this point because I'm going 4 years in a row, and this is the time of year that I find some of the most awesome sewing machines. And it's funny, like I look back at my old videos, it's the same thing. But when it first happened, I was like, "Oh, it's Christmas! It's Christmas!" Awesome. I've only seen one question to IMAX on machine today. All right. I have a bunch of questions. There's quite a few Singer sewing machines that I have that I want to know, like what specific year they're from. And there's one I have to look. It's not on the IMAX um chart. Every time I've looked it up, or maybe it's a bootleg Singer, and I don't know. Maybe I have a fake Singer. This made me laugh when I saw this foot. This is hilarious. At first, I thought it didn't have the power cord, and I was like, all right, I can improvise. But it was tucked underneath the machine. I was like, oh, when I got this. So I'm excited. I scored my third serger that way. Someone got a new one, put the old one in the box and donated it. It was a great purchase. That's awesome. I wish I got that. Well, actually, you know what? I did get lucky. I did. I won't I won't take this for granted. See how that sounds? So it has a click, and my other one did too, but I'm not going to touch the timing. But do you see that? Oh, that's perfect. That I completely scored with this machine. And you know what? I'm kind of biased towards Husqvarna Vikings because some of the greatest times I've ever had in my sewing life have been with my old Viking that is still on the shelf looking at me right now. But oh, that's perfect. Oh, come on. That's the top stitch. And that's the back. Well, you can't see it because it's black, but perfect. Perfect for $30. I don't know. So Sophia might go to the front of the fleet. And I don't. Should I put stickers on Sophia? I bet you always get lucky with that turtle wax head. It's extra shiny today. Do you know what's so? My local Walmart has everything behind glass now. All the face wash, all the shampoo, everything's in jail. I can't hang. I'm that old man, like literally in the parking lot. My son was telling me, like, please don't complain. Please don't complain about having to ask for things. We know in your day, in the covered wagon day, you didn't have to. So I had to freeze some face wash, some lotion. I had to ask for lotion. So I'm extra shiny today because I went to Walmart and went face wash crazy. The Viking is a workhorse of a machine. I I still don't know what I did to my other Viking. I'm this close to sending it away. I am this close to sending my other Viking away. Part of me wants to take it to that mega machine store in downtown Los Angeles. From what I've seen, they do like hardcore real work. And I'm sure if I brought my Viking in there, I mean, the timing is so off. I messed it up. I'm man enough to admit it. I guarantee you they'd fix it for a decent price. I guarantee you. Maybe you should have stolen. There's no way to steal anything. And then it's behind glass, and then they put it in these clear plastic containers that are opened up at the front. They do that to everybody, but my neighborhood's bougie, so everybody's like, what is this? You can hear people saying, like, I don't have time for this. It's terrible. Suburban people are the worst sometimes, are the worst. Did you ask them to put the lotion in the back? They did it without asking, but now, oh no, I have that movie stuck in my head. Thank you, Alibaba. Oh, it puts the lotion in the basket. I say that every chance I get. No, it's just strange to me. And I think Walmart has that policy. And you know what? That's their policy, you know. But I've been watching them build it, and I'm like, what are they doing? Because every time I go in there, it's changed a little bit more, and now everything in the health and beauty section is behind glass. Everything. Ah. You know, I almost forgot about this thing because it was so anticlimactic. Usually I have to take the machine apart. I have to do all kinds of things, and I just have to learn how this thing works. I am so stoked. I am so stoked about this machine. Go to the automotive section and buy a tube of grease instead. It's probably cheaper, and I promise you, it's probably made all out of the same stuff. I guarantee you. I guarantee you, it's probably made out of the same stuff. Oh, do you have an extra shot? It's because I pulled the It's because I'm sitting directly under a light. That's directly under a light. But it's not about me, it's about the sewing machine. I scored today. I completely scored, so I'm stoked. And so far, Sophia hasn't given me any troubles. But it's really funny because from my experience, I do not necessarily name things. So this came with a name. Oh, Sophia, welcome to the fleet, Sophia. I don't even know where to get a manual for that one. Vikings are so funny. This is the third Viking I own, actually. I own a 1980s Husqvarna Viking, and I have yet to turn it on because I don't have the cord. I thought I did. And you know what's ironic? I purchased that Viking at this same store that I purchased this Viking at. Did it come with extras? No, but it's funny that you'd say that. Where is? Well, I guess I kind of went through the we already talked about it because I purchased a sewing machine, if not 3 days ago. How many days ago was that? Let's look. Because I post everything in the community page. Oh, so I've purchased these sewing machines within 4 days of each other. 3. I've had lots of time. I've had lots of time. Awesome. This is the thrifty time of year. And where I live, I weirdly call it Thriftmas. And I know somebody somewhere else probably coined this, and it's probably a hashtag that I know nothing about. But after Christmas, I always go to the thrift stores and everything is 25 to 50% to 75% off. So I always go crazy after Christmas. And because of my uncle's consistency, I always get gift cards. And I'm grown. I'm grown. All right. So I got all that out of the way. I have finally figured out what to do with my my Amazon vest. My tiny Amazon vest. You could almost say it's a small world. Tiny Amazon vest. So I added my extension on it. I loved the color. I love the way it looks. And I decided to go a little bit crazy with the patches. I've been inspired lately by people in different battle vests, and I try not to copy anyone because I have my own style. I do. I didn't even know. I wish I could find a manual for that thing. Make hands and FU vest. He's not in the vest anymore. I gave him such a hard time the other day. I'm like, you used to let me dress you. He would show up with he would wear I have like a 1990s Los Angeles Raiders hat. I have like a 1990s Los Angeles Kings hat, and with his curls, he looked like he was a little teeny guy in NWA. Oh, and I'd put a vest on him. He doesn't let me dress him anymore because he's my height. Oh, oh, I miss the days when he was a little guy and everybody's like, I love the way your kid's dressed. I'm like, thank you. Thank you. Oh, my MC Yella. Oh. But I've actually made him a few FU vests. And I found this like, okay, so I do not talk down about any bands or anything. And when I'm upcycling, I'll take a graphic from almost anything, things that I'm not even into, because you're gonna cut it up and change it to something else. I made him a battle vest out of a 5-finger death punch t-shirt, and that's not necessarily my thing. And I'm not condemning anyone who listens to that at all, but that's a little bit after my time. But it was a really awesome vest. And he wore it to school to the point where one day he comes walking out and I'm like, where's your vest? And the teacher's holding it. And she's like, I finally looked at this. He can no longer wear this here. Sew it on his karate uniform. I still have all the vests, and I have one with a Nerf patch. Aw, when he was a little kid, because he was really into Nerf, and I found this really obscure Nerf patch. Wow, I still have that thing in the closet. There's a lot of clothes in my closet. There's quite a few mini vests I made that young man. But he still collects patches, ironically. So I've added a few patches on this. The House of Sewing vest has grown. And I don't know. Yeah, you can see that. I added a few Day of the Dead components on it. That guy's absolutely awesome. And I just love these images. And I put a television on there just for those people who remember. That's an age test right there. That TV is a real life age test. But I am completely stoked on how this came out. And the denim really blended in, so it looks good. Oh. So I'm gonna thread my needle first, but then I'm gonna grab my stand. Thank you. Thank you, Joy. Thank you. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. I incorporate a bunch of different styles. Like, I'm that person that never throws away an old black t-shirt. I'm like, oh, let me see that. Let me see that. Love the dancing skeleton. Thank you. Thank you. That was actually a Santee Alley design that became famous. It was something that was only in Santee Alley for years, and then one day, it was everywhere. I mean, that design was everywhere. It's funny when I took certain things for granted because I grew up in that culture, not knowing that not everybody was exposed to these things. I really like the skeleton patches. Thank you. Thank you. Great for framing for the center top patch. Thank you. Thank you. I'm about to thread my needle in a second and start sewing it. When you get really intricate with certain designs, it takes a minute to sew these things because you have to make sure every single edge is sewn. And I'm hand sewing everything because, well, my plan initially was to hand sew and then come through with a serger at the bottom and then re-sew a few things, but I'm gonna take a look and see how it looks after I hand sew it. Oh wow. Perfect. And I have miles of black thread around here. I have no idea why it was such a point of contention at my local Walmart. They had hundreds of thousands of navy blue spools, but they rarely had black spools. It was the strangest thing. I mean, so whenever I see a black spool, the larger Coats and Clark spools, I buy them. Maybe there's something I'm missing, or just everybody uses black, or someone shows up and buys them all the day that they get them delivered. So I tend to go really long when I'm hand sewing something. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that because you will get tangled, and it happens to me. And I've been hand sewing for like 25, 30, some insane amount of years. I double thread all of my let me move this. I double thread everything just so I can loop it back around. I don't know if you can see that. It's a technique I use for patches just because it reinforces everything and it puts 2 pieces of thread down every time you're sewing. Just a little trick I have. And I'm sure people have been doing it since the beginning of time, but when I first figured it out, I felt like 007. I was like, "All right," which was like a long, long time ago. So, about tomorrow night, or maybe it's already tomorrow where you are. Does anybody have any major plans for the new year? I'm gonna I have a tradition where every year I go to a place called Western Bagels and I get an obscene amount of bagels and lox and cream cheese, and I eat bagels on New Year's, and I'm not kidding you. And that's my tradition. So what's everybody doing? None. They used to sell 6-cord twists. Wow. It was 6 threads pre-twisted, and you could see them advertising over 120 years ago. I would love something like that. I would absolutely love something like that. Let me try to figure out this angle. It's been a few years since I've... And yes, I use a music stand to sew on. Oh, come on. The Kings are winning 2-0. Okay, let me make this a little bit taller. Oh. I can't blame skits, but I have Boney M stuck in my head now. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Let's see if we can get this from a decent angle so you can see what I'm sewing. It's just another day to me. I couldn't care less. So I bought a bunch of provisions so I don't have to go driving around because this time of year there's only cops and drunks on the road. And I'm not even saying that to be funny. So I'm going to go out early in the morning because I'm an early riser. I'm going to go get my bagels and then come home and hide. And that's why I went thrifting today. I was kind of excited that Hans was here. I was like, get in the car. We're going to the thrift store. Perfect. I get snacks and have them with my family. Awesome. Awesome. Blame skits. Absolutely. Hashtag blame skits. I'm trying to think. I have quite a few traditions. Usually we used to make sweet potato pies this time of year, but like now I just buy them. So I will be having the odd combination of bagels and sweet potato pie. And oh, and I bought a huge box of mozzarella sticks too. So I'm gonna have to deal with those. You know what? It's so funny because I'm always like, oh, why do I gain weight this time of year? Because I deliberately go out of my way to eat these insane things. Awesome. I've sown a lot of this, but I still have a few places to go. I've changed all my traditions lately. Age is catching up with me. I just do you know what's so funny? Someone asked me last night at my son's MMA class. They're like, he was like, "You're young. Why don't you go out and party?" I'm like, first of all, I am not as young as I look. And second, those days, I'm just I've had my heyday. I've had fun. When I say, oh, standing on the street with road flares, I've been there, but I'm in my Picard drinking Earl Grey on the Enterprise era right now. Going back to work, we'll be listening till I come back for a break. Joy, enjoy yourself. And I know sewing things over and over is we're here for you. We are definitely here for you, Joy. Oh, I did. I do use a lot of thread, but it's less times that I have to rethread the needle on this thing. But I'm bringing my stitches in really close because I want this to be really tight. Some people, there's a great debate when it comes to battle vests. Some people only hand sew the patches. Some people use sewing machines. It really depends on the person. I'm definitely one of those people who, what's funny? I'm not even a purist. I've used sewing machines for battle vests, but I prefer to hand sew them because it's just a little bit more personal, even though sewing something is just as personal. And when it comes to making a battle vest, it's more about the design and less than, you know. And I know the term battle vest is intimidating, but it's just something. It's an old school term that I still use, but really, upcycling vests is something I love to do, and it's what started my channel as well. Okay, good. I have my hand underneath because I'm making sure that I'm not sewing the inside pocket together. Experience has taught me to pay attention when sewing certain things like this because this jacket, for as tiny as it is, it actually was well made and it has a lot of intricate pockets on the inside. So I'm trying not to sew the pockets together. This is actually an awesome vest if it was the right size. I should have known. You know what? I'll learn. I was sitting here vulnerable, bored. And Amazon was right there and I ordered another vest. And every single review is like go 2 sizes up. I didn't listen because I went by my height and weight. And then you get all those people telling fairy tales of like, oh, this vest is this and this. I think you lied about your height. Perfect. So I once again made the mistake of buying a tiny vest on Amazon, and here I am. But I was able to rectify the situation by extending and adding pieces on. But one day I will learn to stop buying these vests from Amazon. And for all the vests that I have in here, this is only the second vest that I've ever purchased, I think. No, I have the red Michael Jackson one, but that one's just awesome, and it's meant to be small. Well, my lemon pepper chicken turned out to be just pepper chicken, but still damn good. Hey, that sounds amazing. That sounds absolutely amazing. I didn't listen. That is the quote of 2023. You know, it's funny. I basically got burnt twice by this vest because when I should have kept reading on the reviews because somebody was like screaming from the cheap seats. They're like, even though it doesn't say this company, it is. There's a great debate out on if what you buy from Amazon is real or not. Case in point, I have another one of my old Godless Sewing vests. It's from Milwaukee Leather Company, I think. But I think it's the Milwaukee Leather Company and name only and label only because I do not think that it is. I don't know. I don't know. I can't say it's bootleg, but I have something else from that particular company and it's quality, but it came from the factory. So the everything I've ordered on Amazon is not as well made. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying. But I think it's important to be honest with people and be like, hey, you know, on certain things, their sizing is so way off. You should really check it out. All right. Still to this day, I haven't decided if I like sewing standing up or sitting down when it comes to these patches. I put like a clothes hook in the perfect place in here where I could stand and watch hockey and sew at the same time. But I still don't know if I like sewing like beautiful. And as I go, I try to pull pins to remind myself where I've been. Because with something like this, it's so intricate, I could miss a line or like because I've already sewn the bottom of House of Sewing. Anywhere where you don't see a clothespin, it's like this was extremely intricate because I had to sew it together and then go around the television part as well. The ins and outs of a battle vest. It's something that I love to do. I absolutely love upcycling. It's relaxing to me. He could never listen. Sometimes I think I have an inner ear problem, Kilroy. It's really what it is. You could probably bought some guy's old sex party vest and you don't know. Oh man, if our clothes could talk, they would all run down the street screaming. All of our clothes. With Amazon, you could be getting factory seconds too. That's an extremely good point. It's just not as quality and like this vest is almost the exact same material as something that was advertised as something else. And so it's making me think it came from the exact same factory, just with a different tag. And when I was downtown, the first time I was down there, I went to this one really weird patch shop. And it was strange to me. I was like, I want one of those. And I bought a bunch of labels because they had old labels of stuff that's not even popular anymore. But it was because back in the day, downtown Los Angeles was bootleg heaven. It was where you could buy fake anything. And it's like I've said this a bunch of times. It's really not like that anymore as intricate as it used to be. But it was strange to me that I could buy these tags. Absolutely, Pam. I'm so mad at Amazon, but like I always say, I'm more mad at myself because it happened to me twice. But this vest actually is coming out really well. I got to use my serger while extending things on it. So it looks like an actual piece of the vest. And like I've been saying this for years, and I finally have a working serger. Having a serger is the difference between your clothes looking homemade or professional. And there's nothing wrong with either one. I prefer the homemade look. Tell you the honest truth. I go after the homemade look. That's why I'm going all out with this vest, because I love when people, this vest is me telling people who I am, where I'm from, and just I'm gonna completely put a bunch of patches on the front. That's what battle vests are, extremely personal. It's kind of like gym gear and hats. Beautiful. This is something that I actually miss doing. I would sit here for hours, but I would pin like 3 or 4 vests, because when you get really intricate, you really have to pay attention to what you're doing. Because there's that moment where you think you're done and you throw it on and you're like, oops, I missed this and that, and I missed this. You should buy a fake sewing machine and fake fabric and make a bootleg something. I bet they sell fake Jukies down there. That's why I'm kind of scared. The sewing machine shop is legit. Everywhere else, I'm like, did you slap that label on? Fake Fendi and Jankos. Where are you from? You are from a Dawn of the Dead movie from off the TV. You know, it's so funny. I actually, I have a Dawn of the Dead t-shirt from the 90s and a Night of the Living Dead from when the movie came out. And in a weird way, because they cold wash everything, I look at that thing and I'm like, that is in better shape than stuff I bought 6 months ago. Something that's literally from the 90s. Or when did oh man, it's probably older than that. I'm gonna go get it. It's old. It's an old shirt. Look at you being a Boy Scout and hand sewing the patches. I do patches with the machine. I don't know. Like, I'm 50-50. I'm kind of a purist when it comes to things like that. There's the old school, like, view of like, no, man, if you make a vest, you have to hand sew everything. Depending on what it is, I'm kind of 50-50. Like when I made my son's vests, I used sewing machines because I wanted them to be like everything was in there. It wasn't going anywhere. And this is one of the downsides of using a mile of thread. Oh, come on. That's all right. All you need is patience. But like the funny thing is, I know better than to use a mile of thread, but I still do, because eventually you're gonna get some like impossible tangle like I have now. Let's see if I can pull it through. Perfect. Again, I know better. And I'm using a mile of thread when I shouldn't. I almost got in the remake Made in Toronto with my brother as an extra. Oh, awesome. I wish I could have made it to be a zombie in the mall scene. Oh, that would have been awesome. Ollie is now the sewing zombie. There's that is one thing I have not pursued living here, is trying to be in the movies or anything. That is one thing I have not pursued. And I'm laughing because when I lived in Hollywood, I was approached to be in movies, but not for anything decent. And but that was one thing. I laugh because I lived in Hollywood and I could care less about being famous. Like working at Starbucks and getting shushed by Lenny Kravitz was more exciting than auditioning and running around and trying to, I don't know. I think because I'm from here, it's less of a lure. but I want to be in a zombie movie now. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Anybody, I don't know if anyone's familiar with, there were these guys on the radio here in LA. Their names were Mark and Brian, and they were LA famous. I'm showing my age, but they were like, they would tell everybody, I'm in Star Trek. I'm in Star Trek. And they were like, what are you talking about? And there was a scene, they were completely painted, but Mark and Brian played these aliens, but you couldn't see either one of them. They had complete body suits on. That's your prod name, Juki Singer. That makes me sound like I'm in an underground like biker gang or something. Oh, that's funny. Oh man. I have to pay attention when I turn corners on here. I'm trying to really put this one on because I'm gonna wear this all the time. I love the design. I love the way it looks. I'm stoked. This is gonna take a minute though. I was trying to spare everybody. I was really trying to do this last night, but I got a little tired. Oh my god, the boss cut them all wrong. I'm going to have to recut from the pocket area. Oh, she's in Mexico. Oh, that's awesome. Oh no. I'm sorry. That's awful. That's not awesome. I'm sorry, Joy. That's awful. Oh. Yikes. For a month. Yikes. Your first adult movie could be called Touch and Sew. They would sue that's when Singer would finally come after me. They'd be like, no, sir, we are done with your antics. No. Oh, that would be hilarious. My brother was in the crossing about George Washington. He was three fallen down dead guys, and I couldn't find him in the movie at all. Makeup really changed him. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I love stories like that. Like, I had no idea that Jean-Claude Van Damme was in the first Predator, but he was such a diva that they had to bring in somebody else because he didn't like the suit. But in the initial shots, that's Jean-Claude Van Damme. Oh, I'm so sorry, Joy. I am so sorry. Now I have the Touch and Sew commercial in my head. I'm trying to wean myself off of that. I am going to spare you guys the Touch and Sew commercial. I'm trying to. But I reserve the right to completely change everything I just said. Or touch and rip. That sounds more like a 1980s stoner movie. Oh, now I have the Touch and Sew song stuck in my head. Do you know, I really do not know what the beef with the Touch and Sew is. To tell you the honest truth, like, I really do not know. I know they're awful, overambitious machines, but like, if you get a working one, they're great machines. I have quite a few, so chances are that at least one of them works. Oh, wow. And you know what's funny? I was up to like 8 or 9 Touch and Sews before I figured out the controversy, and I was like, what? And I can't remember what sewing machine it was, but I believe, was it it was one of the first Singer Electrics. I can't remember. I was so stoked to get this machine. I brought it home. I Googled it and I looked, and everybody in every single review was like, do not buy this machine. Stop where you are. Do not buy it. But nothing. It was one of the most hated sewing machines I ever came across, but I haven't had one problem with it. And I'm not going to knock on wood because I don't believe in those sorts of things. But my Walmart serger has done more work than any surgery than I've ever had. So sometimes the stigma isn't always what it is. Or maybe I just got lucky and got a surgery that works. I don't know. But my surgery is working beautifully. Perfect. Or maybe is the fact that I buy these and I buy them in volume. I don't know. The nylon gear gives out on the bobbin winder, messes up a lot. That's very true. That is no, that is very, very true. But that also happened on my Singer Genie. On that whole era was overambitious in plastic. That whole era, from my time, from my point of view. Some people just beat the hell out of things and blame the product when it breaks. I agree with that as well. Do you know what's so funny? I'm the opposite. I'm like, hey, this thing lasted even me. Wow. Like, this is worth the money. You know what? It may completely bonk on me. For saying this, but even my Apple computer, for as much as people complain about Apple, for as much as I do, it works well sometimes. I am so stoked about the Sophia sewing machine, though. I got lucky. I got really lucky today. Perfect. And now I have rah blame skits just back somewhere back there playing in my head. A lot of people consider the whole 600 series the touch-in, so I agree. I have quite a few. I have everything from the luxury touch-in sew to the economy one, and I own quite a few. And I think all of them are from different years. I could be wrong. But all of them are from different years and different quality. In one of the earlier touch-in sews I have also is all metal. And there was a reason that I was on here. Oh yeah, that's an awesome picture. I forgot about that. Okay. Back on to paying attention about patches. It's good to give my sewing machine a break every once in a while. All right. I have seen people walk around with pins, with like patches pinned to their coat. I'm not that kind of guy. It makes me laugh. People will pin designs into their coats. To me, I'm like, well, that's step one. Okay. Okay, I have to think about in which direction I'm going because I believe this one is completely sewn. I think. Let me check my notes real quick. There were quite a few things. Do you know, has anyone heard about the 14-foot waves in Ventura, California? To people, okay, I'm not gonna laugh. William, do not laugh. One of the reasons I'm laughing is because, well, I'll say it in a second, but there are some huge waves in California right now. And to all my brothers and sisters who surf, the advice is if you're not used to it, don't go out because 17-foot waves are humongous. And you measure everything twice. So, if it's 15 feet in the front, that means it's a 30-foot drop when you're going down. And if you're not used to that, that will be the ride of your life. Oh, it is absolute craziness. And people are just not used to it. I'm laughing because in Ventura, which anyone who watches my old videos, I used to go to Ventura every weekend because it's close to my house. It's within driving distance. It's extremely close to my house. So it was weird to me to watch people who live near the ocean knowing that there is tsunami like waves coming towards them, just stand there. And I'm watching the news and I'm like, run. It is amazing to me. If you live in Southern California, I don't know if you need to know this or not, but the ocean is more powerful than you. It was weird to me to watch people just standing there. I would have been running for my life. It was hard to watch. It was hard to watch. People underestimate nature. They really do. And they do not realize that that wave, it'll knock you down and then suck you back into the ocean. Oh, that's a nightmare of mine. I surfed for a very long time. I went to Golden Gate Park. I had a really crazy trip in San Francisco one time. I actually had a really great time, and I tried to cap it off by surfing at the end of Golden Gate Park. Golden Gate Park ends at the ocean. I, in my life, had never seen waves so big, but I'm like trying to show off, like, oh, I'm from Southern California. I had no business being out there. The wave turned me upside down. I was swimming towards the bottom of the ocean, thinking I'm swimming towards the top. There was a man who was from Australia who saved my life because he was a professional big wave surfer and a fish. So it is not for the faint of heart. And I'm a washed up ex surfer because I'm a parent now. And the funny thing is, the board above my head has the hole that when I basically my board hit nature and it put a hole in my board. Somewhere in the process of me bonking completely, the ripcord came loose, my board disappeared. I still have the hole in my board to this very day because that was the last time my surfboard that was the last ride for my surfboard. Too many people think the ocean is a pool. Absolutely. I'm a fish when it comes to swimming, and I made sure that my son was the same before we even went near the ocean. 2 kids died going out in the ice here in Canada on the Rideau River. 4 went in and 2 got out. That just makes me want to cry. The same thing happened in Portland when I lived there. I never understood. Every year, people, like, I don't know. Where I'm from, we make sure people know how to swim. But again, I live in the land of pools. Never underestimate nature. Absolutely. It is so sad, Joy. That is so sad. That's the this is why in my older age, I have reserved the crazy things I do. Let me move a few things over here. And when I was watching that one video, the worst part about it was those people are from Ventura. They're from the ocean. They know the power of the ocean. They know what's going on because they closed off a lot of the roads. So only locals were allowed there. So that's locals standing there and watching the ocean. Oh, it was like watching a scary movie. I was like, run, you dummy. Oh, I couldn't take it. They went skating, bad decision. 8 people were injured. It was bad. It was bad. And the scary thing is, I have a healthy respect for the ocean. I think you should have a healthy respect for nature in general. Absolutely. Absolutely, you should have a healthy respect for nature. If not fear, because it will remind you. That particular it hit home. It hit really close to home because that particular place where everybody was standing is the end of the freeway. If you were to get off, like on State Street or something, or anywhere, all roads kind of end in Ventura to this one particular spot at the pier. If you're from the area, you've seen it a million times. Excuse me. I have pictures of my son over the years. You know, I would take every year. I take a picture of him at the pier at this one particular place in Ventura. So it was crazy to me to see people just standing there, like if the ocean, and that is a good 30 feet back from the ocean. So if the ocean is already risen 30 feet, you're cray for standing there. Oh, my Southern Californians make me want to cry sometimes. I prefer to see the ocean from behind railings. I'm a hotel in the mountains person anyways. You know what's really funny? Some of the most beautiful places I've ever seen in my life were hidden resorts in places like Oregon and Washington, where you're like, where did this resort come from? And it's like a full resort hidden out in the middle of nowhere. They have a few near the mountain in I say the mountain near Mount Hood in Oregon. It's just so strange to me. Like we live in a really we live in a weird time. Watching the ocean is not like a television. I was so disappointed in my fellow Southern Californians. Like we're fish. We know how to swim here. People are shocked when they find out that I actually surfed for a very long time. And if I saw anything like that coming, I would be screaming like a horror movie in real life, like, run. Oh, man. You know what? Now that I think about it, it's a really long story, but I got proposed to. I said no, and I got left there. Ventura and I have memories. But yeah, we have insane waves right now. And it doesn't feel like it because I'm inland and we have perfect weather. It rained today, barely. Like I woke up and I was like, oh, it rained last night. But this afternoon, our skies were picturesque. You know, they were beautiful. So you don't realize how hardcore it is in other places, you know. And like I said, Ventura is very close to my house. So it's just crazy to see. It's crazy to see all the mayhem that's happening. It's weird to me when I see people who are from a place where they should know better when they just stand there and gawk at things. Do not get me in a situation like that. I go into protect and run mode. Oh. All right. I'm reaching. Okay. I still haven't hit the other patch yet. Let me pull this a little bit. Whenever I drop a pen in my couch, I have to catch it immediately because that will just be an awful pain when I forget that that thing's sitting there. This is actually coming along well, and eventually I will finish this thing this evening, but it's coming along really well. Okay, this is the part where I can't jump around too much because the patch is going to get set in place. And it's been a while since I've gone to Ventura, and it looks like I won't be going for a long time. There was millions of dollars of damage that happened as well. Millions of dollars of damage. So I'm trying not to laugh. But like if there's a natural disaster, run, people. Nature is, it's not the internet. It's, you can't click off of it. It's real. Run as fast as you can. Oh. Let me see. Let me check my notes. All kinds of fun stuff that's been going on around here. Do you know when I went to the thrift stores today, no one was surprised when they saw me walk in. Oh. Uh-oh, Edmonton's catching up. I'm glad. I'm glad that I'm sitting here sewing this vest instead of watching that. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lock this patch in place right here. The patch separates a little bit right here, so I'm gonna come through and put this in place so it doesn't jump around, and then I'll come back and throw a few more stitches in it. The other night, I made the mistake of playing We Are the World. I literally woke up the next day singing We Are the World. I have a bad feeling We Are the World is going to be 2024's Boney M. Just warning you guys now. This is real life, not a Disney movie. The animals don't sing and dance. That should be a sign, Kilroy. That should honestly be a sign. And I don't know if it's my age, but like it's weird to me to see grown adults standing there being like, "Oh, nothing's gonna happen to me," and something did. I'm hoping that, like, again, they had to have all been locals because the road was closed, but it's just strange that people do not. And the fire department was there telling people, "Don't go on the beach." Do not go near that beach. I'm going to tell you, if someone's like, "Hey, man, for today, don't go over there," I'm going to listen to you. As long as it's not my house and I don't live there, I'm going to listen to you. Oh. But it's the modern era where people think they know better. And it's like, don't trust the experts. When a marine biologist is like, "Hey, these are the biggest waves that have hit Southern California since blah, blah, blah," I'm not going to go running out there. My Point Break days are over. In every way, my Point Break days are over. So there's no way I'm going to go running out for 17-foot to 20-foot waves. Yikes. When I was in my 20s, I might have gone out there, but now there's no way I'm going to go out there. Right. Perfect. Let me pull this pin. Oh, that's really coming out nice. I ironically have We Are the World stuck in my head as I'm sewing this on my... Let me turn my fan on, get some air circulating in here. That's why it's so quiet in here. Usually I have like 2 or 3 fans going on at once, but it's been so cold. Oh, man. That chat's way off. I think part of the problem, too, is that in California, we're not used to natural disasters like that. Like, we have earthquakes and we have things that happen sudden and fast. But when we get warnings, there were people out there with their cell phones trying to take pictures of it. And it's like, do you know what a tsunami warning is? It's never cool. Hold on, let me turn it up. Something's happened to my A word where it turns itself down. Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 51 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's that's Antarctica to a Californian. That is, I'm Mr. White Christmas. I'm Mr. Snow. It's so cold. Oh, today in the car, Isaiah looked at me. He's like, dude, you are wearing a vest and a jacket and a shirt. And I said, yes. He's like, it's 56 degrees. I said, I am freezing. And we were in the car. Oh, so it was 56 degrees outside, not even in the car. Oh, good times. Good time. Whoops. Oh. I think it's all relative to where you're from, you know. I'm used to the fair weather, so when it dips down, like right now, 51, that's the middle of winter. Might as well be February. All right, where was I? I'm trying not to sew this together. I'm sure if Waternay was around, she would agree with me that 51 is frozen tundra for people from certain places. Oh, this is really coming out well. I'm glad that I procrastinated on this so I could do this evening. This is gonna come out really well. I really need to take these pins out though from where I've already sewn. 30. Oh, sorry. I'm reading Joy's first. 29. I would have 15 layers of clothes on inside with the heater on. 29. 36. Yikes. All right, that was a light complaint. That's that, to a West Coaster, that's absolutely freezing. Well, I'm from the Southwest, so that's freezing. People up north are laughing at me right now. People in Washington and Oregon and Vancouver, Canada, they're laughing because it's cold there too. When I moved back to Southern California, I just got acclimated to the weather, and I am hot all the time again. When I lived up north, I got used to it being cold, but I was there for years. And there's something to be said about adjusting to where you live. Oh, right. Perfect. Let me cut this piece, get a new string going. I don't think I need to sew that. Beautiful. 35 degrees. We're paying. Okay. All right, I'll stop. Oh man, when I lived in Oregon, I would always wear the caps with the earpieces because I was cold all the time and my ears were not used to being that cold. I would rock knitted caps and put headbands on top just for the extra warmth. I was not used to. Do you know what's really funny? I don't think I ever got used to the weather there. I don't think I did. Like, I just kind of adapted and would always wear layer upon layer and layer. But I don't think I ever got used to the weather. And I was there for almost 5 years. All right, I need to cut more of an even piece here. There's no thread that goes to waste. This is the end of a giant spool, but there is no thread that goes to waste here in the House of Sewing. Oh man. Why did I even say that? I have We Are the World stuck in my head because I was trying to show something to somebody and now it is living rent free. And it's laughable because I woke up and I was like, oh, it's still in my head. I was trying to show how annoyed Michael Jackson was at Cyndi Lauper and Huey Lewis. And by the way, I love Huey Lewis in the news. I'm from that era. There are no apologies. But it was just funny to see Michael Jackson looking at them like, I can really sing. What are you guys doing here? But now I have that song stuck in my head. All right. I am double threading this. I swear when I first found that, I swore I invented it, but I think people have been doing that since the beginning of time. All right. So I'm going to come through on the bottom here to secure everything right here. I can see where I did not so. You know what? I'm going to stand up for this part. Oh. And it's good to stretch my legs. All right, let me switch my angle to my CCTV angle. Do you know what's really funny? The real MVP of 20, I'm going to say that a bunch. The year's almost over. But I've discovered so much this year. Like, you can really have 4 cameras plugged into a MacBook Pro. I'm kidding. You can only do 3. But let me see which angle am I. But I finally figured out my angles this year. I'm thinking about moving my CCTV angle. I don't know. I'm thinking about moving it a little bit closer. Because initially I had it right there, but then it's like, oh, excuse me, it's too close. Far too close. All right. Let me get my initial loop in there. Beautiful. Oh. And let me get my phone. I am at a weird impasse where I need to do something about my walk-in closet. AKA like go through everything. I'm at a point now where I need to just dedicate a day or two of completely going through that and going through it and donating most of it and looking at what I have. I own my own Goodwill. My middle bedroom, aka my walk-in closet, is basically my own Goodwill. I have racks upon racks of clothes. I have all kinds of sweatshirts. I wore my tractor sweatshirt home laughing, knowing that I have like an unreal collection of black sweatshirts. So I'm going to be donating a ton of stuff pretty soon. I'm annoyed at how much I've accumulated over the past couple of years. And I say that, you know what's really funny? I say, oh, I'm going to clean everything out. I'm going to donate a bunch of stuff and then turn around and buy just 10 times more, you know? But I, once again, am at a point where I have to completely clean out my closet. And it feels like I have to do it more and more. And this is nothing but first world problems. So if you're listening, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I need to do something about it because my closet is out of control. It has ran away from itself. And it's sad when I go through things and I'm like, oh yeah, I made that like 10 years ago. I'm keeping everything I've made, but like a lot of the stuff that I've purchased from Goodwills and charity shops and thrift stores, you know, I think it should go to another hoarder that can enjoy looking at it. I try to donate once a year, but it just seems like 2 years ago I donated like 300 pieces. Last year I donated like 4 or 500, and I still have a room full of clothes. I had this moment today of like, man, there's a lot of clothes in here. Because I opened the door and I was like, all right, I'm gonna tackle this. And I was in there for 5 minutes and I'm like, nope, 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 nope. I'm out of here. There's something to be said about having a walk-in closet. At first, I thought I was bougie and bad, and I was like, yes, I have a walk-in closet. I have made it in life. And now I'm like, close the door and let's move. Just close the door and move because this thing has got out of control. I knew when I purchased the Jim Brown jersey that it was time to go through my closet. Maybe it is just first world problems, but I want to stop my my closet at the pass. I have not only do I have hanging hundreds of black t-shirts in my closet, and what I showed that one day was just one side, but I also let me check to make sure I'm sewing the right pieces together. But I also have stacks of black t-shirts in my middle closet, so to speak. And I looked at it, and I'm 5'9". The stacks are almost up to my chest, and there's multiple stacks. So I'm saying this to that in 2024 I have plans on actually doing something about my insane closet. And I weirdly cannot get a signal in there, and I don't know if all this stuff in there is dampening or if just Spectrum just has a weak signal. But it's funny how no matter how much space I have, I will fill it with something. But I'm gonna have a few days off. Young Mr. Hands is with his mother. See, but here's the problem. On my day off, I do not necessarily want to tackle the um the middle bedroom. You know what? I might wake up inspired. Who knows? Or I might wake up, eat a bunch of bagels, and go back to sleep. Okay. Oops, I knew that was gonna happen. You know what? I need to get a rotating hanger. Give me one quick second. I always forget to use rotating hangers with this. The Oilers tied the game. Looks like it's going to be a good game tonight. Okay. Oh, Kilroy, I haven't even seen your comment, and I'm already laughing. I can imagine. All right, let me put something decent. There we go. Perfect. That bedroom is like King Tut's tomb. It's going to stay the way it is for the next 3,000 years. Do you know what's really funny? I think about that all the time. I'm like, if all life on Earth ceased at this very moment and we all disappeared, and then whatever was left in the universe came to Earth and walked in this house, they would be like, this is one of the most confusing species I've ever come across in my life. Oh. Oh, we are we are. You know what? There's pluses and minuses of being a hoarder. I love collecting stuff. It's just something I love to do. So I'm going to figure it out. But I am definitely one of those people. Um, there are people who walk in my house and they're like, "Oh, you're nothing like what you said you were." And then they walk in the middle bedroom and they're like, "Okay, you're kind of a hoarder." And they walk out here and they're like, "You need help. You need help." I have selective hoarding. Is there such a thing as selective hoarding? Or I always say I'm not a hoarder, I'm a hider because I have things in the rafters. Oh, this is going to look great. There's certain patches that won't, that when you put them on, they do not necessarily lay flat, but this material is laying perfectly flat with the denim. So it's been a while since I've made a decent battle. Well, decent since I've made a battle vest from scratch. So this is awesome. I'm still stoked about the Hustler and a Viking. I have a strange feeling that Sophia become um, might become the flagship sewing machine, which gives me an opportunity to completely take apart my baby lock and service it the way that it should be, because it's given me a year. I've basically, it saved me this year. I was kind of at a loss when my Husqvarna Viking died originally. I didn't know what to do. It's not that I didn't know what to do. I was sitting in a room of sewing machines, but I was so used to that machine. And my baby lock had the same speed and it had the same feel. So it definitely saved me this year, because I almost went out and bought like you know, some outrageously priced sewing machine. And then I found a baby lock. My spotlight works, but it's blinding me because it's black thread on a black patch. So I'm trying to lean back. Or maybe I should have my glasses on, huh? So part of me wants to like put a board across the front of the door and just write abandon and run. But like I'm gonna do something about that closet because it's out of control. I officially have Liberace's closet. I have Walter Mercado's closet at my house, so it's time to do something about it. I think it's awesome though. My closet is awesome because there's capes hanging. I have my long coats I've made over the years. I'm full of excuses. All right. We are almost at break time. What debaucherous things do I have in my kitchen? I have cookies. What else? There was something else. I ate the Patty LaBelle pie. What else do I have? I'm trying to think. Because I go shopping and then I'm like, oh, I need to go to Walmart for no reason. And recently I was talking to somebody, and we talk about this all the time. It is amazing how you can go to a store like Walmart or the grocery store. You're like, I'm only gonna get a few items, and it's $100. It's crazy to me. Every time I go to Walmart, it's 100 something, and I'm like, what did I buy here? Is this Lysol $47 or what? Like, what is? It makes me laugh. And I had yet again another trip like that, but this time I bought a few things. I knew it was going to be well over 100. Oh, now I'm dreaming if anything, I have those giant blue No, not the same commercial. No, I promise you, I will not. Today, I am not going to play that song because it's already in everybody's head, anyways. But remember to get the most wonderful things out of life, of being a mother and wife. They're always created for singer. No, created by singer for you on your new touch and so. It's so sad that I remember. I know that commercial word for word. Oh, good times. Good times. I bet every time you hear a sewing commercial, you'll think of me. It's one for tomorrow. Those jingles were top tier. I don't watch enough television with the sound on to even know if they're that reminds me. Speaking of no, has anyone seen the commercials for the Beverly Hills Cop the movie, the new movie? What is it? Part 5, 6? Has anyone seen the commercials for the new Beverly Hills Cop? Will I get a copyright strike if I play that? Do you know what's really funny? I scream at the rafters of how much I'm not going to watch remakes, okay? I'm sitting here minding my own business, and I heard the da 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 da, and I turned around, I said, no, no, and they're making a new Beverly Hills Cop. They probably already made it, but because of the writer's strike, a bunch of like stuff's being released. We were like, where's this come from? It's probably been there the whole time. Oh, couldn't hang anymore. I had to get my infamous blue cookies and my stool. Oh, okay. Oh, beautiful. I'm gonna have a seat for a second. These cookies are evil. I feel like in long live streams, you should always take a cookie break. Or maybe I'm just pre-diabetic. That's kind of hypocritical. All you do is keep remaking the same video over and over. Yeah, but like I didn't make you wait 20 years. When did Wally World came out? I loved Beverly Hills Cop. When I saw Axel Foley with a Detroit jacket on, I was like, "Oh, I don't like remakes, but take my money." Like I was sold. Are you kidding me? Part of me wants to show the the commercial, but I've seen recently people get their live streams taken down showing certain things. And of all people on earth, Mariah Carey will get your stream taken down. I thought that was weird because that's the song everybody's singing. But apparently it's heavily copyrighted. Oh. So is anybody here? Do you think it's crazy that they made a new Beverly Hills Cop? Or am I just somebody who's excited because I live in the past? It's one of those weird things. I'm just pausing for my really unhealthy sugar cookie. But I'm not one of those people who eat on stream. I think they've gone crazy with the remakes. Picard is what hurt my feelings the most, is because they waited forever to make Picard. So when Picard came around, I'm like, man, this feels like it took too long. Because in the Star Trek remakes, Shatner was like my age now. He was puffy. He looked like a stuffed quail in the uniform, but he was ready to go. These remakes are out of control, though. And see, that's what they're hoping for. When I heard that, duh, 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 I jumped because it's all nostalgia. Then you see Axel Foley wearing the Detroit jacket. He was wearing the exact jacket he had back in the day. I was like, uh-oh, I might actually watch this. They mostly are never as good as the originals. That was my beef with Star Trek. They should have just left good enough alone. But you know, I'm not necessarily a friend of capitalism. So, you know, they're trying to make money, but it really, like, Picard ruined it for me. And anyone who knows me, I live and breathe Star Trek. I'm into sci-fi. I'm obsessed with sci-fi, but like Star Trek is my thing. And the show Picard, I was like, stop doing this. Please. Oh, it was bad. It was bad. I think Hollywood is officially out of ideas, so that's why they keep making remakes. I said this a long time ago. When they I hate to age myself, but when they remade the Poseidon Adventure in the 90s, I was like, what is this? I've already seen this movie. My problem is I cannot necessarily watch movies when I know how they're gonna end. I couldn't sit through Russell Crowe's Noah. I couldn't. I knew how the movie was gonna end. There are a ton of remakes and there are a ton of things that so I agree with you. I think again, I think it's the nostalgia is that's where they win with these movies, and that's why certain people such as myself will just pay money just to see it. Um they made a Second Coming to America. I still haven't seen it because I don't want to ruin the image of the first one in my mind, because everybody who saw it was like, "Oh, please don't waste your time." But I love the reboot of Battlestar Galactica. When I talk about, "Oh, welcome to the fleet, kid," and stuff like that, I'm thinking of being stuck in a fleet of ships like Battlestar Galactica, you know? So some of these remakes are amazing and some of them are like, "Oh, wow." I was shocked when I found out the real age of Judd Nelson. You get an image of somebody in your head, and then you're like, "Oh, they kept aging." It's amazing to me that people in LA didn't say anything, and there weren't a million pictures of Eddie Murphy walking around Beverly Hills wearing his jacket, because nowadays you really can't keep movies secret because someone will see something like, "Oh, that's blah blah blah," and they take a picture, and all of a sudden it's all over Twitter. You know, that happened to Doctor Who. I knew almost a year, 2 years ago, about what was going to happen in the new Doctor Who, because anywhere they went in the UK, people were taking pictures of it. So I'm really surprised that no one was talking about Eddie Murphy coming back as Axel Foley. And I think because I'm of a certain age, there are certain theme songs that grab you. Excuse me. There are certain theme songs that absolutely grab you, and that's one of them. So when I heard it, I was like, "Oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me!" And I think it's on Netflix. I could be wrong. This is a non-paid advertisement. I could be completely wrong, but I think it's on Amazon. I hate the Simpsons intro. Are you talking about? Do you not like the song, Joy? Do you not like the sequence of what's happening? Don't like the show. I have not watched The Simpsons in almost yikes. I want to say almost 20 years. When I was younger, I left my town and I I was one of those people. I was like everyone else. I watched The Simpsons, I did all kinds of things, and then I didn't watch TV for almost 10 years. And so it's amazing how something like that will become unimportant. Mm. Wow. Do you know what's really funny? There was a lot of people like that. There was a lot of people who hated The Simpsons. My parents were they were like that, but they rarely enforced their rules. But my parents utterly and completely hated Beavis and Butthead. They thought it was the most pointless show on planet Earth ever. Yeah. They hated that show. They told us not to watch it, and we watched it anyways. That's so funny, Joy. That's interesting. Are there any other shows that you were opposed to back then? Because there were quite a few shows. That's when television changed right around then. So there were quite a few shows that were racy by standards back in the day. And for anyone wondering, yes, I am using a stool. I'm 5'9". I use whatever I can. And I have random stools all over my house. There's nothing wrong with using a stool. My arm was getting tired. I'm going to have to rethread this in a minute. Laugh out loud, Beavis and Butthead, and Ren and Stimpy. Do you know what's so funny? I remember watching Ren and Stimpy and being like, what planet is this stuff from? It was so foreign to me as a kid. It was so foreign to me. Ren and Stimpy was one of those rare things that I would literally shut up and stop talking when it was on because it was so in outer space. And back then, not too many people had that really raw animation like they had. So Ren and Stimpy were hardcore when I was a kid. To me, it was at least. Absolutely, Alibaba. Absolutely. Oh, you know what the funny thing is? I lose pin cushions left and right around here. Hey, Commander! Hello. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. I'm just sewing and griping about life and watching hockey as my team was doing well, but the Oilers caught up. They are like the best team in the league right now, so we'll give them that. Well, on the West Coast, which is the only league I care about. Awesome. Another I remember was the Tick and the heroic super person. So it's the Tick was awesome. The Tick was awesome. I don't remember the actor who played it, but he also played. He was in Seinfeld, and he played this crazy guy who was a New Jersey Devils fan. And he still comes out to this very day with his face painted. He rips his shirt off. The New Jersey Devils love that guy. That's a good way to have lifetime tickets right there, is to have a shtick like that. Oh, right. I have to rethread this real quick. Man, this year has flown by. It's already like the year's all like literally almost over, and because I'm on the West Coast, it's already almost over for other people. I'm gonna wake up and they're gonna be showing the celebrations around the world. Yay! Hello, hello, awesome. Hello, Commander Arthur. Let's go. Let's go. One patrol can take. Arthur, let's go. One patrol take. You can't fight crime with a macaroni duck. I'll be the judge of that. Oh, those were the days. You watched that show? Absolutely. Oh, man. Let me put that over there. Do you think that we're biased to these shows because we were around when they first came out? Because I remember every generation that comes before them thinks the other generation is absolutely awful. And I'm the same way. I'm not saying that I'm any different, but do you think that's a product of the environment and because we were happy in the situations that we were? And so we look back at these shows because I am obsessed with the show Stargate. I love Stargate. But in season 8, you can see how cheesy Richard Dean Anderson is because he just gave up. But I absolutely love the show, but it's some really bad acting. But I look back at it with absolute just love because I remember when it was on TV, you know. And there's certain things now I watch, I'm like, oh, that's choppy. Yeah, absolutely, Commander. No, good shows are just that. Anyone can get into them. That's true. That is true. I still watch Night Court. And I figured out when it's on TV. But I still watch Night Court. And the second I said that, I had the theme song in my head. But it's just a great show. An absolute great show. Do you think there's a bias? Because sometimes I'll say like, oh, TV was well written back then. Or maybe people we would speak to each other differently. I don't even know what it is anymore. Oh, right. Okay, good. The initial poll is always the most important. Good. I'm trying to look and see which direction I have to go with this. Perfect. So tomorrow I might do it's still 2023 in California live stream. So if anybody's up, I might start streaming tomorrow at like 10 or 11 at night, right before the end of the year. I did it last year, and I'm gonna revise my role this year. And I think it's been a year of live stream, so I might as well end it with one. A new series on Hulu that's really good is Black Cake. Awesome, Pam. Thank you so much. I need new stuff to watch. I'm always looking for new stuff. I'm kind of in a show hole right now because I'm rewatching Deep Space Nine again for the 100th time. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. I think people not getting offended in the audience gets in the way. Just go ahead and try make another Archie Bunker's Plays Show now. You're right. Even some of the jokes like on Night Court you couldn't say by today's standards. Even I'm always looking for positive cheesy. I'm obsessed with cheesy music. And lately I've been listening to Kung Fu Fighting by Carl Douglas. And I don't know, is that politically incorrect by today's standards? I don't even know anymore. I'm just too busy laughing while I'm listening to the song, you know? There are a lot of things. I constantly talk about this show because I absolutely love it. But Are You Being Served? The show from the UK that ran forever. You could never make it by today's standards using the same script because it was set in a time where there were a lot of nomenclatures and things that people said that you would never use now, ever. But I love shows like that because they had a whole episode about how the microwave is going to fizzle out and people aren't. The microwave is kind of a fad. It's a good time capsule. Oh wow, most of the bottom is pretty much done. It's New Year's Eve. It's not New Year's Day. I'll be at both. uh it's still 2023 in California. I can't call it part 2 cuz last year's was it's still 2022 in California. Now I just have Kung Fu Fighting stuck in my head. I've been rocking out to that song lately. But somebody, I don't know. Am I overthinking it? Are those songs timeless or am I overthinking it? Could you produce a show like Are You Being Served Today? And they were constantly insinuating Mr. Humphrey's sexuality. Like you couldn't even speak to people that way nowadays. I don't know. Like I feel so far removed from these arguments because I kind of watch the old stuff. Excuse me, a lot of stuff doesn't appeal to me nowadays. I am trying not to scream, "Oh, come on!" Because I'm standing on a stool looking directly at a television watching hockey. I need to look away. It's a great game tonight. The songs can never be made again. They don't know anything other than digital now and would be sampled sound they would work off of. I agree with you. There has to be still skilled musicians though. There has to be people who still play musicians like over where Isaiah's MMA class is. There's a music store where coincidentally I got my banjo fixed. Years ago, I was rocking out too hard and I broke the bridge of my banjo. I was rocking out, and that place fixed it, and it's still there. They have music lessons, so there are people who still play instruments, but it's not like when I was a kid. My elementary school taught me how to play the violin. They taught me how to read music. Still to this day, I can read music because I was taught at school, and they taught everybody. It wasn't like, oh, we're gonna pull you to the side kind of thing. I don't know if music literacy is taught in schools anymore. They don't hire musicians anymore. Well, for large things. You rock that banjo. I go off. I see, but I have this hardcore thing about living. Like, I love doing things outside of my box. You should have seen the other day, like at the MMA class, these guys are always trying to do the like the one upper, And this one guy's like, oh man, I want to play bagpipes. I'm like, oh, dude, I own bagpipes. And I started going off about bagpipes, and he's like, dude, what planet are you from? But it's more or less just doing it. I love playing the banjo. Now they teach hertz and beats per minute. Do you know? I know I'm aging myself, but I thought when Pro Tools first came out, I thought that was cheating. Um. Oh, what is his name? I don't want to misquote it, but the guy who oh, he was in the band Slave. He sang the Ghostbusters song. I was watching an interview with him. Oh, Ray Parker Jr. And he was saying, like, back in my day, you actually had to know how to play instrument. And he flat out said, like, if you stunk, if you were not who you said you were, you wouldn't be there. But with something like Pro Tools and all that and auto tune, anybody could sound like anybody now. Because they were asking like old school musicians about what they think about music now. But yeah, I am stuck in an era because I'm talking about Ray Parker Jr. I thought canned drums was cheating way back in the 80s. You know what though? I'm kind of biased towards things like that though, because I want a keytar. And I will own a keytar, and I still want a wah-wah box so I can sound like Roger Troutman. I've even gone as far to look it up how to make your own because I have a mini speaker and I thought I could make it into a wah-wah box, but it is blown. That thing is way blown because I plugged in professional equipment to a mini speaker and it piped out real quick. What is 1960s and analog? I still have tapes. I still have a tape deck. Because of my grandmother, I have Vincente Fox's entire career on cassette tape. My father was weirdly obsessed with Tchaikovsky, so I have everything put out on tape, like the Royal Dragoon Guards. I have all kinds of stuff on tape. I am definitely analog when it comes to. I still have a VHS collection. I have to stop myself from buying VHSs. Oh man, I still have Kung Fu Fighting stuck in my head. I always say this, like, oh, if you're having a bad day, wear something goofy, but put on some fun music. I still listen to Guy to age myself. I still listen to certain groups because it makes me laugh. To see Teddy Riley all young, it just makes me laugh. Awesome. Oh, this is coming out perfect. But I still bump the classics and check out certain artists because there are certain people that are still coming out with music. There are certain bands that I listen to and I'm like, oh wow, you're still making stuff. There's certain groups like anyone from Duck Down Productions, they're still making music. Smith and Wesson is still making music. All kinds of people. I was really shocked. But why not in today's climate and era? But I am stuck in a very specific era. I still listen to Shalimar. And it's really funny? Like 6 or 7 years ago, I remember thinking like I remember thinking like I wonder if I'm still going to be bumping Shalimar. I am. After all these years, I still listen to the same stuff. Heck, Ozzy Osbourne is working out to try to get back on tour. Oh man, I've said this on countless live streams. I've seen Ozzy more times than certain people I'm related to. Ozzy is Ozfest. They know how to put on a festival. They know how to put on a show. I will give them that. They absolutely know how to put on a show. I don't know if I have the patience for a festival though. I'm too whiny in my old age. I don't know if I have the patience to go to a huge festival like that. Can I like go just during the day? Oh, that's awesome though that Ozzy's coming out with new music. I saw a show with Ozzy and his son. It kind of made me laugh because that's going to be me with my son. I'm going to be this decrepit old man for everything I've ever done to myself. It's going to catch up to me like it does with everybody. My son's going to be like, "Look, those guys have sewing machines. Look." Oh man, this is awesome. I've actually made a ton of progress for anybody wondering. I think I might actually be done within the confines of a live stream. Hey, Native Atheist, how's it going? Happy New Year! Great to see you. Awesome. Ozzy's one of my favorite. Ozzy is like absolutely one of my favorites. Slayer is my all-time favorite, but I've been to quite a like Slayer. You go for a day, like Ozzy, you go for 2 or 3 days. How's it going, Native Atheist? Great to see you. Went to Ozfest in 2000. Nearly a quarter. Stop that. Stop that. Do you know when I saw that PS2 came out 20 years ago meme? That almost made me cry. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Native Atheist. Awesome. Yay. Hello. Now I have much better songs stuck in my head. Now I have Ozzy stuck in my head. You know the really cool thing though is that I get to share this with my son. And like there are certain songs, it puts a smile on my face. Like he heard Led Zeppelin for the first time and I was like, "Oh no, come here, son. We're going to rock out on some Zeppelin." And I put on Houses of the Holy as loud as I could and I just watched him be like, "Oh, hey, Kilroy." And like, but it's awesome that we can share this. To me, that music is timeless. But I was thinking about this the other day. Like, do you think people in the 1920s were like, Joe Loss? I know people in the UK are going to freak out at me saying that. They're like, Joe Loss is going to live forever. Most people don't even know who Joe Loss is anymore. But he was a huge big band guy in the UK. And I think about that all the time. Like, we think our music's going to live on forever, but 70 years from now, someone's going to be like, Ozzy Osbourne, what's this? Or maybe our shameless self-promotion will live forever because we're from a very shameless era. Hold on. All right. Now I have Ozzy. Oh, this is coming out perfect. It's been a while since I've really gone hardcore on upcycling, and it feels good because I'm returning to the roots of what got me here in the first place. And it's funny, I've made so much progression because I went from only really upcycling to making clothes from scratch to cutting patterns. But when I first started, I would just grab a piece of clothing and copy it. I wouldn't even like use a pattern or anything. That's why I look at a lot of my early work and I'm like, how did you make this work? But I did, and I figured things out along the way, But it feels good to come back to doing this. So would anybody, and I know we're all around a certain age or the same age, would anybody consider going to a festival nowadays? Like Skits was like, "Oh, I went to Ozfest 2000. I was probably at a comparable show or at the same show." And it feels like it was yesterday, but it literally was almost a quarter of a century. Oh, it's funny. I actually had that conversation with Isaiah today. I was like, "Oh, that was a century ago," and you should have saw his face when I told him how long ago a century is. Oh, that's beautiful. I'd never go to a festival. Okay, since we're all family here, I grew up near an amusement park. It made me kind of fearless. Tell you the honest truth, from a little kid, I would go on a roller coaster and it made me fearless. I had moved away. When I was 17, I moved away. Right before I moved to Oregon, a group of friends of mine, we came to the amusement park, and on a ride called Goliath, I had a full anxiety attack, and I was like, "Wait a minute." In my head, I'm like, "Time out. I grew up here. I'm from here. I grew up riding rides, you know. I would get season passes. Um, as you get older, you change. I've been to countless festivals. I don't know if I could go to one now. I don't know if even like I am this close to my Vegas trip. I've almost talked myself out of it because of inflation and all these things. I started watching their news, but the truth is, if you watched our news, it's just as horrible. So I'm on the weird cusp myself. I'm right there with Killer. I don't see, but like this year, I went to my town's tree lighting, and even that was kind of awkward, you know. But I do miss large shows. But okay, I have another question that my son asked me today. He looked at me and he legitimately was like, "How come we don't go to buffets anymore?" Because he grew up. We would go to any buffet I could find. I'm like, "Come on, bro. Bring your eating hat with you. We are going to go to a buffet." And I don't go anymore because of the plague, you know. I know my body would give me grief if I went to any event where I'd have to stand. I think about that too. I couldn't like I went to Rock the Bells with my ex-wife. That was like a major rap concert I went to. We stood in the pit for 8 or 9 hours. I don't know if I could do that now. Number 3 song of 1924 was Keep My Skillet Good and Greasy. Oh, that sounds like a movie nowadays. Oh, that's so awesome, skits. You see? And that's long forgotten now. COVID and RSV are way different from a roller coaster. True, but they all give me anxiety, all of them. All of them make me overthink the situation. And also I was drinking back then, and I didn't realize that that affects it as well. I was like 23. Yeah, because I was already in Portland by the time I was 24. So I was like 23-ish, around there, something in that realm. You are right, though. I always wonder about that. Like, and it's not like I'll be around to care, but at what point does your generation is it forgotten? Like, there's still billboards of Frankie Valley all over LA. There's still remnants of the Olympics all over LA. On the freeways, there are still Olympic murals that people repaint because they're humongous. They're just absolutely humongous, but they were made for the Olympics. Alexa, what year was the Olympics in Los Angeles, California?
According to an Alexa Answers contributor, Los Angeles hosted the Summer Olympics in 1932 and 1984. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Alexa.
Thanks for your feedback.
1984, and we still have billboards on the freeway from 1984. Oh, this patch is gonna look perfect. Now that I have most of the intricate parts done, I just have to go along the edges of this. But this is beautiful. This is gonna come out perfect. I don't know if you can see that. I'm sitting here staring at it like, oh. But like I always say, this is exactly what I would be doing, even if I wasn't live streaming. Except for I would have the game, I would have the volume of the game on so I could make myself frustrated while watching my hockey team flounder. I'm kidding. They're doing good this year. Oh, man. I'm trying to think. Like I want to go back to festivals. I want to do these things, but like I don't know if I could. Even certain flea markets I avoid because of the mass amount of people. They have massive flea markets at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California, but I avoid it because thousands of people go every weekend. And I would be that guy that everybody makes fun of with full mask and gloves on looking for a deal. I recently saw a picture of someone who was like, why did this person leave their house? And I'm like, you should mind your own business. Maybe if they want to leave their house in a hazmat suit, they should be allowed to in peace. Oh, right. I might have to cut this in a second. And most of the places I go to are sparsely populated because I go early in the morning. So when I go to a thrift store or even like the swap meet, I'm there with the early crowd. My local swap meet, it is amazing how at like noon, early in the morning there'll be no one there. At noon there'll be like close to 1,000 people there. It's crazy. All right. I need to cut this piece off. Oh, did they score again? Oh, they did. Did they? Yikes. Okay, they didn't. Hand sewing is kind of weirdly relaxing to me. I need to get back into doing more of it. A while ago, I would hand sew my patches, and I would call them my Laurel angle patches, because it was basically me practicing freehand stitching. All right, so I'm gonna thread this. Me getting freaked out on a roller coaster is still valid, Kilroy. I was a kid. It had been a long time since I had been on a roller coaster. Well, a few years, but it made me laugh. Especially when you're from a place like it's different if you don't go to amusement parks, but I grew up going to amusement parks. So that's what made me fall in love with going extremely fast was being on roller coasters. And so when I came back as an adult, it was shocking. But oh, I am bleeding. I wonder where that came from. And now I have to look at my vest to see if I bled all over my vest. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even feel it. The tips of my fingers from hand sewing, I have like no feeling at the tips of my fingers. Why, hello.
Hello.
Oh, let me turn the volume up before you start roboting. I'm kidding. How are you today?
Mm, I'm pretty tired today. I went to do a pickup and I ended up having to park farther away than was probably good for me today. How are you doing?
I'm chocked full of espresso. Young Mister's sewing didn't get picked up till almost like 6:15.
Oh, wow.
And so the calzone made me want to fall asleep, but I still had to administer my parenting, so to speak,
Yes, yes. Got to do the responsible thing. Adulting 2.0.
Are you a roller coaster kind of person, Waterday?
I love roller coasters.
Good to know.
It,
Good.
it's funny though because like the round and round things, or boats and stuff, those give me motion sickness, but I'm okay on roller coasters.
Wow, that is funny. Yay. Hello,
Hi,
hello.
Joy. Who all
Yeah.
is here tonight? I haven't even lurked in the chat. I just kept going.
Alibaba,
Hi.
Skits.
Hi.
Everyone saying hello to you.
Oh, thank you, everybody. Thanks for the warm welcome.
Oh my gosh. I have to figure out where I stuck myself.
You stuck yourself like
I
with a
have,
pin, or
yeah. Well, with my, I use knitting needles because they're huge.
and you
Well,
stabbed yourself with a knitting needle and you don't know where you what?
they're metal. I use metal knitting needles. They're they're just for someone with my giant. I have a
Oh, like embroidery.
yeah, but
Oh, okay.
they're sold as knitting needles.
There's
But
knitting?
I buy humongous sewing needles. But I have no feeling on these fingers and my thumbs, and this from hand sewing on these fingers. So I literally stabbed myself and didn't feel it because I have no feeling.
They make
Yeah.
these little cap things, howdy, and they go on the tip of your finger and they protect it. They're pretty cool. They make leather ones. Hey,
What
Kilroy.
what year was that
And
invented? What year was
oh, it's been a while, but not everyone knows about them. They come in different sizes and stuff. They're pretty cool. Try one out.
I have no like, and that's from years. It's just I've built up scar tissue where I have no feeling in the tips of my fingers. It's just years of hand sewing.
I feel like that's just not a good thing.
Now, now, well, see, now I'm like a grizzled veteran at this point, so we're far beyond point of intervention. I am extra shiny tonight. I don't know why. I think it's because I
Far beyond
changed
point of intervention. Sorry, I was trying to pull up the chat.
I changed my face wash.
Oh, okay. And how are you liking it? Hi, Pam. What are you using?
I actually added. I wash my face with multiple things, but I take years off and on of Neutrogena Morning Burst. Um, I started using it 20 something years ago. I think I'm just addicted to the smell.
Nostalgia.
I love it. I still use it, but I take years off and on. And I was going off earlier about how my Walmart, all the beauty products are officially behind jail. The entire health and beauty, you have to ask for everything. And I'm needy, so I'm like, I need aspirin, I need Sudafed, I need lotion. I'm like running down the line of the guy, but I was really polite to the guy, so they like me,
But I mean, like, how can you browse and see what things smell like, and if you like the texture and.
Oh wow! Just found a singer, 1886, $500. I need to find that person. I have a few sewing machines in there. And I didn't even do my boomer complaint thing. I was just like, but I know that those people, they work there. It's not their fault. They didn't put the stuff behind the glass.
Right.
So I don't take anything out on anybody that doesn't deserve it. And what I'm not saying is I worked at that Walmart in 1999. So I know people are awful. Gosh, like 98, I worked at that Walmart. Wow, it makes me feel old.
Yeah, you were just a whippersnapper then.
Well, when I was a kid, I told my dad I wanted a car, and so he
Mm,
said, "Okay," and he took me to Robinson's May. He's like, "You want a car?" And that was my first job. I was 16. I worked at the dock in Robinson's May because I had my parents' permission.
mm.
But I bought my car.
Well, there you go. Learn how to be self-sufficient.
I told you they put it behind bars because you keep on stealing it. If I was stealing it, I wouldn't have to complain. You're kind of robotic.
All right. I'll be right back. Otherwise, I'll be stuck making some weird face. I'll freeze that way, just like Mom used to say.
It's funny, though. Theft must be an all-time high, though, in my town. Because they have sheriffs at every Walmart now. Like, you pull up and there's a cop car in the parking lot. It's not even a rare occurrence anymore. But I'm totally like in Shaun of the Dead because I mind my own business. I go to the fabric section. I buy cat food for Odin. Nothing but positive things. Okay, good. The bleeding stopped. I still have the my color band-aids that are not necessarily my color.
Mm. Yeah, they need to make 2 or 3 colors because they weren't my color either.
The Walmart brand has all the shades. So if
Oh,
you get
okay.
the Equate ones, they go the whole spectrum. But I think they're right here. Because I'm accident. Always keep band-aids within reach.
I like the Next Care, the gushy ones. They stick really well and they kind of like fade into your skin. It's the same material, I think, that or similar to what they make those little like acne patches out of.
And also invisible stitches are made almost of a similar material.
Mm.
Someone put like I got hurt on I hurt myself at a job site and someone saved my face with invisible stitches. They knew what they were doing, but oh yeah, I cut my face wide open at my job trying to show off.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I kicked a 2x2x8 piece of wood, which is this, but it's thick and it's oak. I had it on the back of my Mitsubishi Montero. And I had a battery powered saw, which aren't that powerful. And when you're cutting through oak, you need something powerful. So I was being lazy and I cut it halfway through. And I'm like, oh, I'm a genius. I'm going to kick this piece of wood. It was a 9-foot piece of wood, but because of the way it was laying, when I kicked it in half, it came directly back and hit me in the face.
Oh my.
And because I'm my own boss, guess what I can't claim? Or I didn't claim. I'm not gonna go workman's comp on myself.
Well,
So I hurt myself.
It's still a workplace accident, even if you were acting like a foolish person.
I'm to where I want to order the bandages they use in the hospital. That stuff makes band-aids look ancient. So true, though. That is true. Hospital does have all the good stuff. That's why they charge you $90 per band-aid, at least where I am. I actually do. People think it like people think I'm so tough. I don't have the heart to tell them I got it at my job. You can't see it because of my complexion, but it's literally like you really can't. my complexion hides it, but I have I do. I have a scar on
Say
my
hello to my tiny tailor.
Oh, that's a whole skit. I like it. I'm sitting on the table. I'll have a bunch of Cokes for innuendo. Ooh, I have the whole suit already.
Okay,
I'll pull up
I'm ready.
I'll pull up my Viking. Say hello to my little friend. I went through a weird phase where I loved that movie.
I saw part of it, and it was too much for me. Maybe in context, I wouldn't have been like, but
that's what got me into movies like that. Like, well, that and Ray Liotta. Like, I love those. I used to love those kind of movies. Not necessarily my thing anymore, but I don't judge. I do not judge people for what they're into. I watched wrestling, like legitimately, and can hold like a 3-hour conversation with somebody about it too.
Well, at least you don't believe it's real.
No, I don't, but it does take its toll on the body getting thrown around.
I mean, they're real athletes, but like the whole story and everything isn't real. Let's see.
Scarface sewing. And then you pull out the huge industrial surgery and say hello to my big friend. I love it. I went through a phase where I watched The Godfather every night for months. Exactly. I did the same thing, especially this. I love the second Godfather. And have you ever seen the third one?
I haven't seen any of them.
Wow, the third one's bad, but I like it. I like Scarface. Scarface was a great movie. Kevin Nash. Do you know what? Like those guys were not nice people, but he seems like he'd hang out with you at least. He'd tolerate you. Oh, I forgot what I was gonna tell you. Rawr. There was something I was gonna jump on and I completely forgot.
Should I show everyone the picture of the motorcycle gang?
You want me? I could actually pull it up.
Oh yeah, pull it up. I was surrounded by a motorcycle gang today.
There, like I told you, where I'm from, you would not want to be seen riding one of those things. But I'd ride one. One of the toughest guys I've ever known looked at me one day and was like, I don't like rules because I want a Vespa. And he was this grizzled biker, and he's like, I wouldn't mind driving a Vespa. They do look like fun.
Why not? Do what you want to do.
Harleys go faster and they're heavier. So, why is that picture tiny? That is, come on. Okay. That's okay. We'll show that picture. You know what? Can you put that picture in the Twitter chat? It might come up bigger. I don't know why it came out so tiny on here, I'll show you. It's tiny. Because I want to see what's on their vests.
Okay. Well, all right, never mind.
No, there's the picture.
We'll just share it later.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Let's just discuss it later.
I want to be in a Vespa gang. Could you imagine getting the cops are like, I don't want to pull these guys over. Is that a Vespa gang? I didn't know Vespa gangs exist. Harley Davidson is a clothing brand with a motorcycle division. I keep on getting advertisements for Indian motorcycles. It kind of makes me want one. It works. Their advertisement works. I'm not anti getting something else. I'm not snobby. And that's it. And that's another thing. Okay. I joke around, but I would ride a Vespa. At my job, we have golf carts. I love seeing the glee in my son's face when he's like, and he's like driving the golf cart and he's really going 19 miles an hour, but he feels like he's flying, We have this thing called the Pope Mobile. It's a golf cart that takes 9 car batteries. It was a Ford concept car. And they kind of just dumped it on us, and we've had it since the 90s. But it looks like the Pope Mobile. It's white. It has a giant windshield. And Ford thought that if they sold enough of these to people in town, they wouldn't need cars. They would just use these little Pope Mobiles. Never caught on. Never caught on, but I still have it. Harley has a 50, small like a Vespa. That is true. Can't get 3 sewing machines on the back of a Vespa. You can get 6 on a Harley with some saddlebags. Tell me how I know. And some and some duct tape and, and oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Now that makes me want to I have all kinds of crazy pictures in here. Have you seen Sophia? Did you watch where were you introduced to Sophia? No?
Sophia?
Yeah, she's right here on my desk. And I know you just hate it when I gender things.
No, I just didn't know that she had a name.
Well, she came with the name. She like I don't name things, but or gender anything, but she just came with a name.
Oh, I forgot she had. Okay, sorry, I forgot that was on there.
It's not like in Star Trek where they call the ship she.
Did you do a full walkthrough of it for everybody?
I did, and
Nice.
it works well. It works well. Sophia is the new Kramer, absolutely. Oh, now I have the dum 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 the Seinfeld music in my head. I loved that show. You know what? Like nowadays, people live on these really rigid lines where if you're this, you have to do this or this or this. I am not scared to say that I watched Seinfeld from the first season to the last episode, and I watched it with my family. I thought it was funny. My sister was full face crying. I won't give away the last episode, but I thought it was hilarious. And Seinfeld ended on a way that no one thought that it would. Great show.
Yeah, they'll get out of it.
But it showed how awful of people they were when they were on trial. Oh, great show. Great show. But how many people have got put on trial? They'd be like, oh, you are not a good person. You're different. You have 2 good shoes. Over here. Oh, now I have that song in my head. Don't drink, you don't drink, you don't smoke. 2 shoes, 2 shoes. That's such a good song. That is such a good song. I know Renner from Seinfeld. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I found a Vanderlei Industries t-shirt. I think I've worn it like 9 times since I purchased it a month ago. I consider myself from Vanderlei Industries now at this point. He's part of the National Lampoons. Oh, that's awesome. I better start sewing again. Let me plug in this. I'm playing musical chords.
What did Sophia come with?
A case. That's not for her because Sophia is actually kind of huge compared to most domestic sewing machines. It has a larger arm. If I can do this with my 2 hands in a sewing machine, that's huge. And that's this was, these machines were made more for quilting, but I can do all kinds of crazy stuff with a long arm. I've always wanted a quilting machine too, to tell you the honest truth.
Okay.
Oh, we lost. Woo. Anyways, that's
it's no good though because I like rain. But anyway,
makes me feel like I'm in a heavy metal video. Sophia come with a half pack of Camels and quite a lot of stories. Every Sophia I've ever known smokes Camels and told a bunch of stories. I'm stoked though. No, this is an actual. Again, I scored at the same place where I got the Gray Singer. This is in perfect condition. It's probably somebody was just upgraded, like Pam said.
Nice.
Or they were just like, I'm over it. I'm over it. But Pam brought up an extremely logical point that a lot of people upgrade this time of year. But I also feel like a lot of I don't know. I just find awesome sewing machines this time of year. I really feel like a lot of people are like, this is what sewing is. And then they quit.
Or people are doing, end of year clean outs and that kind of thing too, maybe.
True. You're right. But this time of year, and it's usually after Christmas or from November on, I clean up as far as purchasing sewing machines.
I should go hunting, but I'm afraid because I always find all these things and then I spend lots of money and then I have to find a place to put them.
I'm still kind of mad I didn't purchase that one that was the lion sewing machine. It had a lion.
LYON?
Yeah, it had a
Mm.
lion on it, and it had a lion's head. I took a picture of it at a thrift store, but I have this weird rule, like it didn't have a price on it, so I know the guy wanted thousands for it because he was asking like 900 for couches and stuff. So I was like, this is not my kind of thrift store.
Was it a thrift store or an antique store?
It was a mega. I don't know. That's a really good question. It was just one day I got lost looking for this the Norwegian patch shop that I told you about that has all the Norwegian death metal patches, all the t-shirts, everything. Well, they moved. And although I'm good at directions, all the numbers of the stores were not facing the street. They were literally behind the building. So you'd get nothing but storefronts. So you'd have to drive back behind to get the addresses of these buildings.
Oh,
It's in Van Nuys, California is a confused place.
that was weird.
And so I drove around for like a half an hour and I was like, it's me. And I pulled over. And the funny thing is, when I pulled over, I was 10 feet away from where I needed to go. But I found this really random thrift store and I walked in. I parked right in front and it was like a fever dream. Because I walked in and I was like, because from the street, you can't see these places. But when you walk in, you're like, this is a block long thrift store.
Wow.
Yeah, it was huge. And my middle name is Let's Spot the Sewing Machine. And so I found it, and then but like I said, if it doesn't have a price on it, I'm not gonna I know I can't afford it. Well, no, that's false. It's not that I can't afford it. I refuse to pay that much money for a sewing machine.
Right.
I could go buy a $10,000 Juki, but that thing better have wheels on it. I'll be able to
I'm sure that could be arranged.
I better be able to drive that to work every day and live on it. That's a lot of money to spend for a sewing machine, That's a lot of money. Because you like I'm not even saying let's say you had the money, okay? Would you spend that on a sewing machine?
Depends on the machine.
It's a Juki. It was gonna last you a while. It's gonna be a solid quality machine.
I would probably still buy a pre-loved one. Is that what they call it?
Sure. Oh, sorry, I had to bite that pen off because the head fell off.
They make these little metal pinchy things for stuff like that. Save your teeth.
I was born with these things in my mouth.
See, I feel like there are all kinds of sewing like notions and extra fancy stuff that we should let you know about.
I'm pirate sewing.
Mind would be blown.
You're Jane and I'm Tarzan. I'm sure somewhere that got us canceled in some circle somewhere. But I loved Tarzan as a kid. Oh, do you know I watched the so I have a Blu-ray player, okay, that I rarely watch anything on. The only reason I bought it is because I purchased Enterprise on Blu-ray, okay? The entire series. But I have obscure movies on Blu-ray, which right now reminds me my Blu-ray player is broken and there's a Halo movie in it and I just watch it over and over because it's stuck in the Blu-ray player.
Oh.
So I think it's time to buy a new one.
There's no like special eject button that you push with a pin or a paperclip or something?
It won't open. And it did it to me a while ago with Enterprise Season 2 Disc 5. The reason I know that is because it was stuck in there to the point where I put it in my middle closet, forgot about that thing, plugged it in one day, and it started working again. And then it got stuck on the Halo movie, and I'm like, oh yeah, now I remember why this thing was in exile. But I have really strange Blu-ray movies, like unexplainably weird ones. And I have the Tarzan remake. I don't know if it was like early 2000s, mid 2000s. I was out and about in the world when they were doing these abominations. But they completely changed this story. I kind of liked it. I'm going to have to look up. It might even, not Keira Knightley. Is that her name?
Yeah.
I think she might be in the movie. Or one of, or it might even be the one that no one likes anymore. Amber Heard.
Oh.
It was like an early 2000s movie. Well, mid. I don't know. From 1999 up until almost like 2011, 2012, I really didn't watch television. And I know that's unexplainable to people nowadays, but I really missed out on quite a few things. And I didn't get on the internet until my late 30s. That's why my references are so dated.
You have some comments in the chat to catch up on.
I saw that one a mile away. Your name is by it anyways. Yeah, but like I have this really guilt-ridden thing in my head a long time ago when someone was like, whatever you do, don't buy a Ferrari. They're crappy investments. So I try not to buy Ferraris. Even if that's a Juki. I can arrange 10K. Wow. There's no way I'd pay $120,000 for a sewing machine. If I did, I would need armed guards. Are we reviving the Amber Heard corner? Oh, Lord. No, I'm not trying to talk about Amber. I'm just saying I saw her in a movie. And for the record, she no longer lives near me anymore. She did move near me. Trying to avoid people, but we live in the era of cameras. Oh, we're talking about her again. Dang it.
I'm keeping my mouth shut.
So on Sophia, they have like old school sewing machines on there for some reason. I think they're trying to show the progression, but when I look close, the yellow, the print behind it are tiny old school sewing machines.
Oh, fun.
So I don't know if that's just part of the design or they're trying to say like, oh, we've been going for this long. Alexa,
A little of both, maybe.
Alexa, how long has the Husqvarna Viking company existed? Oh, it's not a Viking.
Husqvarna Viking, a well-known sewing machine manufacturer, has been in business since 1872. The company has a rich history, originating in Sweden as a Royal Arms factory in 1689.
Well, there you can put that in your pipe and smoke it, Alexa. Thank you.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
Did not know that. Husqvarna has been around since the 1800s. One incubable line sewing machine went for 1.2 million US.
Wow.
Oh, now I'm gonna go back. Now I'm gonna go to Van Nuys tomorrow. I know where that place is now. I doubt it's there though. Well, you never know.
But was it that one or was it a different one? Because there were Lion, Lyon machines. That's a different thing.
I think it's just the Lion machine. I took pictures, but under further review, I would really have to look at the pictures. Okay, so I started the conversation. Are you pro or anti remakes? And keep in mind, I almost cried when I saw Judd Nelson sitting in the back of the car with Axel Foley.
For me, I don't have a stance on principle. It totally depends on the thing itself.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they do a good job, then I'm fine with it. If they do a crappy job, then no. Or if I feel like they're just sort of riding on their reputation, for like a sequel or something and they just half-ass it, then no.
Oh, it's a sculpture. Okay. Sometimes a lot of these are money grabs. Have you seen the remake to uh Coming to America?
The sequel?
They remade it a couple years ago.
Yeah, they made a sequel to it. It didn't. The first one had a je ne sais quoi that the
I
second one was lacking.
I haven't seen it. There are certain things that I didn't want a Picard. I didn't want to have another Picard. And this was before Picard, but Picard taught me a lesson.
I thought you said you enjoyed Picard.
I did, but that's because I'm a sap. But like I said earlier, when William Shatner, when they started redoing the movies, he was my age now. He was puffy. He stuffed himself in that uniform. He looked like a quail, but he was ready to go. Even in the 6th movie too, he was ready to go. Patrick Stewart. I don't know. They just waited too long to remake it, I guess.
Coming to America 2 or whatever. It was just, I guess, like, I didn't hate it. I'm not sorry I watched it, but it didn't stick with me.
That bad, huh?
Well, no, not even bad. It just was. It didn't grab me.
Do you know, because of you and because I'm a resident comedian here in the House of Sewing, I will forever have stuck in my head. Just those notes.
Oh dear.
Because of the story that you told me, because you are from one of the most legendary times. You are from the peak of humanity. You are from the absolute peak. I'm from the beginning of the downfall, but you are from the absolute peak of humanity.
Anthropologists might not agree with you, but
Oh, I think that's why I'm still talking about it 2 or 3 hours later. I think that's what got me was the just on Insane Reviews, somebody is convinced that a delivery person gave their house fleas. The person never entered the house. Oh. So from personal experience, when people are crazy like that, you can't talk them out of anything. What do you think, Waterday?
I think that it's highly unlikely.
I think those people just don't want to admit that they don't clean themselves properly. Like I was saying earlier about when you buy stuff from the thrift store, like I was going on my same old story, but I say it for a reason. I wash everything. Oh, you haven't seen my crazy hat, have you?
You got a new hat? I didn't see the new hat.
Well, it's sewing in a hat. It's whenever anybody asks, is there adult supervision in this house? I'll say, of course there is.
Is that cat in the hat?
So earlier I was talking about how I live to embarrass my son, and I bought a Bud Light hat today. And I saw this. I was like, oh, I'm buying this. I'm going to have to put some tomato wire in it, though, to keep it up. I don't know how Flavor Flav did it. I'm bringing back. Were you there for my hat phase?
For your hat phase? Like when you were making a bunch of hats?
Yeah.
No.
I'm bringing the Mad Hatter back.
Okay.
I like crazy hats. This is a bit floppy. I'm definitely going to have to put some wire in this one.
I think you should put wire in and then shape it so that it's partially crumpled. That would look good.
Like a top hat pork pie, kind of?
Well, instead of having it be like, perfectly up on your head like a chimney, it can be like a little bit like
I like tall hats.
accordion
though.
down and twisted,
I like tall hats. See, this is how I know you weren't here for the phase. One night I watched Gangs of New York. The next day I came on a live stream and made the highest hat I possibly could. It's in the closet somewhere. I blame I was about to say William Defoe, Daniel Day-Lewis for my hat phase. That was the beginning of the end of my Mad Hatter when I watched Gangs in New York, and I was like, I need a high hat like that. That hat's amazing. That hat's absolutely amazing. No? You look so thoroughly unimpressed with that hat.
No, I gave you my opinion already. I think it's delightfully ridiculous, and I think it would look good if you shaped it semi-crumpled.
It does need some love. Because you want to know why? Because life's a highway. And sometimes I've had that song in my head. I've had multiple songs in my head today. Life is a highway.
Now, are you talking about the original or the cover by what's their names?
Who covered it?
That country band, that country rock band?
I didn't know anyone covered it. No, I'm singing the original.
I can't remember the name of the original person or the cover. What was it? Like,
Alexa, who sings this song, Life is a Highway?
The song Life is a Highway is sung by Tom Cochrane. It was featured in the 2006 Disney/Pixar film Cars and was covered by Rascal Flatts for the film's soundtrack.
Oh, Rascal Flatts covered it. Oh gosh, are they still around? They made this one song that made me want to cry. I think that's the song.
Wow.
Tom Cochrane. Life is a highway. I don't even know where I heard it, but I heard it today. And so it's in there. And yes, I use a stool for things because I'm short. And I accept my height.
I just broke out the stool to put my new shower curtain up yesterday.
That's awesome. I think everybody should have a stool, even tall people. You never know. There might be something 12 feet in the air.
You never know. I mean, not in my house, but, somebody's. Well, maybe in the garage.
I know for a fact that anybody who's like over 6'6" has to duck in my house. This is a true Hobbit's house. So if you're a basketball player, you might not want to live here.
Well, speaking of tall things, Kilroy suggested that you should make a hat that's 2 yards high.
I wouldn't even be able to walk in this room. I'm going to go to the sewing room real quick. That's a great idea.
So that sounds amazing, Alibaba. Are these like the ones that were out of the beaver fur? Like, are we talking like original style? Part of it is it's I think I saw a video where someone was talking about we've lost all of the adjacent industries for things as well, So it used to be that if you had someone who, I don't know, like there's a guy who fixes carriages, but he's got to be the blacksmith and he's got to, make the wheels, whereas that used to be the wheelwright. And then he's got to redo the seats. And, that was the carriage works, the upholstery people. And, so it's like a lot of these things, not only are they lost, but all of the peripheral support is lost too. So the people who make the hat blocks and then it's all rare. So let's see. Has a horrible time getting the fur felting. Yeah, I imagine, because, people have feelings about fur nowadays. We do get Bryan Adams, yes. So I saw someone had I think it was an antique, and it was a beaver top hat. It was like so glistening and shiny.
Now I'm looking for my hat I made. I thought it was somewhere that I could grab it, but I've made so much stuff. Do you know I think I increased my productivity from even 2 years ago because of the amount of live streams I've done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The volume of stuff that I've made just this year has grown.
You feel the need to make a whole thing on a live stream, and then you stream like 3+ times a week. You're making all kinds of things.
I'm not the sewist that the world wants, but I'm the sewist that the world needs. I need to watch Batman again. You know, people didn't like the Christian Bale Batman, but I liked the last one with Bane. That movie was epic. Oh. Okay, so I have an administrative question. I might do it or I might not. Would it cause drama if I did a raw Rasputin short? Let's talk about it. And you know what? I'm probably going to do it anyways.
I mean, I can't answer that because I'm not one of the people who's been directly oppressed by certain nations and
Rasputin
governments.
had a horrible ending. He didn't it didn't end well. It's not like we all know how the story ends. This is Noah all over again. We know how the story ends. I can do the dance though. I watched the shorts and I'm like, I can do that. I might have to ice my knees after, but I can do that dance.
Alibaba says, well, oh, there it is.
There's thousands of people with shorts like that though. I got lost in a rabbit hole. That's why I was wondering. Because for some reason, the copyrights for shorts are different than the copyrights for what you would put on a video. So, like, I'm obsessed with the Big Lebowski soundtrack. Any song that you play from there will get your channel almost taken down. On one of my shorts, I have a Kenny Rogers song on. That's from the Big Lebowski. Didn't get a strike or anything. No.
I mean, only you can decide if you want to put all that effort in and take that risk. I don't know. Maybe you need to have generic disco beat and let people figure out what is that echo. Let people figure out that it's supposed to be the raw Rasputin, because you could do all the side accoutrement, but have a different disco song.
I just like dancing. I'm over politics. I just want to dance and wear funny clothes that are shiny. I want to wear all my sequins.
Okay. Well, you can totally do that with a non-copyright restricted disco song.
Are we still echoing?
Not that I can hear now.
Okay. YouTube is strange. They sometimes miss some of the ding all the others. I thought about that as well because I fell down a rabbit hole of Rasputin videos. And that's what inspired me to want to make it in the first place, because I figured that's an instant copyright strike. Thank you so much, Pam. I used to stream with headphones on and I could not do it. I am too ADD. That's why I have all these cameras in here, because they move around, And then I had headphones that were, I just kept on putting extensions on them. And they were big enough where I could walk around this room.
You know what they make in these crazy modern times? Headphones that don't have a cord.
that I'm from the past and refuse to live in the future. Even though my lock screen is a starship captain.
I'm quite pleased with my Sennheiser Momentum headphones. You could try some of those.
I still have my Sony that I got for Christmas in 1997. They're right here. I still have my Sony headphones that rock. The foam is kind of wearing out.
Well, if you like the Sonys, you probably would like the sound profile of the Sennheisers. Oh, in the end, it has you can set equalizer settings for it too.
I like that. You know what the problem is? Like, with my Apple computer, cordless headphones don't necessarily work with it, and anything that has a mic on it messes with the stream. So it'll pick up the mic and the mic from whatever from the computer as well.
Mm.
And so I haven't had too much success with cordless headphones.
Mm.
But I have like the first generation cordless headphones. I know they're way better now.
True.
I told you about my Big Lots obsession.
Your what obsession?
Big Lots.
Ah.
Because I have all these fancy watches. I actually do like wearing watches. I would go to Big Lots and buy a $10 watch and wear it. Because I like wearing a watch every day. I do. I'm old school, but I break them because of my job. So when I would get a $10 watch from Big Lots and I wouldn't feel bad.
Well, maybe you need to get a sturdy work watch and then wear your other watches when you're not working.
I agree. I do need to start working those in. But like all denim with a Coach watch, I would make fun of me. I'm kidding. I'm all about the clash. I am not sitting here pretending like I. That's part of my fashion is mismatching.
Mm-hmm.
Is wearing funky combinations.
And maybe sometime you'll wear some snazzy outfit and then that watch would be perfectly appropriate. When you fix the mothballs in your blazers.
Oh no, I have a whole wardrobe of stuff that's really fancy. I just haven't had to go to court lately. I'm kidding. I have actually really fancy clothes, but I'm into more abstract things, like Pam says.
Well, I mean, I'm not criticizing your abstract clothing. I'm just saying that there's clashing and then there's clashing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And then, different things for different occasions. So you don't have to wear this thing with all of your stuff if it's not appropriate. You have choices.
Today, young Mr. Sewing talked me out of an light avocado green blazer.
And
it was 1960s like soul singer. It had the pleated pocket. One pleated pocket. Thank you. Wear what you want to wear. See, that's the thing. Like, I love funky combinations, but I'm a t-shirt and jeans kind of guy. That's the one thing I loved about living in Portland, Oregon. I moved from Los Angeles, California to Portland, Oregon. Do you know how pretentious people are in mid-city? I lived in mid-city. People would look at me like I was a hobo. Same clothes. When I moved to Portland, people were like, I love your jacket. I love your shoes. Like, wear what you want to wear. Absolutely.
Exactly.
You already have an avocado coat, but I need to. You should hear the conversations that I have with my son. I bet people legitimately look at us and they're like, who drove here? Because this conversation is tripping me out. Who drove here? But sometimes I need to be told that I'm being extra eccentric. And I already have 5 of what I'm trying to buy.
Touch and sew.
I am now in the Touch and Sew Appreciation Society. It's also the Touch and Sew Recovery Society. If you need help, we are here for you. I I will not ridicule you like Polished and Assembled. I will I will I understand your pain and know where you're coming from. And remember, I'm not only the what is it? I'm not only the leader of the Touch and Sew Alliance, but I'm also a member. What was the old haircut for men line? I can't remember now.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm not only something something. I'm a client. I've been balding since I was 17, so I watch those commercials close. Hair club for men. And like I've said this, I watched the commercial, the modern one. It's spray paint. They spray painted this brother's fro. I felt so betrayed. It was hair paint. I watched an infomercial. It's either Rogaine or one of them. They painted his head.
Well, I mean, Ron Popeil has been promoting that stuff for decades. He
Wait
would
until
start off his rotisserie oven commercials by painting his bald spot.
Oh wow.
I mean, maybe this is a different kind of paint. I don't know, but
Thank you, Pam. I am a touch and sew collector. I love those things. I love the James Bond look. It's that 1960s, 1970s look. I fall in love with that. I have stylists. I have all different types of machines from the 70s. It's the weirdest thing. It's that era.
well, we all have things that, style lines that attract us that we're interested in. So that's what you like.
And I'm also into modern machines. I'm a sewing enthusiast. I'm not only a sewist, I'm also a client. I'm working on that one. I'm going to find out exactly what he said. I'm not only a member, I'm a client. No, that's not what he said because if you are a member, you are a client.
See, now I think the final line was, "I'm also a member." But what was the first part?
I'm not only a something, I'm also a member.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's because you have a glorious head of hair. You have a beautiful head of hair. Me,
Hmm.
on the other hand, I look like Ben Cisco.
Oh,
Do you see the
well,
difference? I don't. See that? Look. Oh, nope. Don't see the difference. Nope. No hair.
I appreciate the compliment. Thank you very much. I don't have nearly as much hair as people think I do.
That's out of pure jealousy.
No, I really don't. Like when I braid my hair, like it's this little narrow thing. My hair has a lot of volume, but I don't actually have a lot of hair. And then I tried. Did I tell you this? I tried to color my hair with some henna stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and when I went to rinse it out in the shower, my hair was coming out by the handful. I thought
Oh
I was going to
no.
go bald. I was so scared.
No. That's like
So,
a
and
scary movie.
it really was. And my hair like never quite recuperated. So, I mean, sometimes this is just my hair of the day. I didn't style it before I came on.
I am surrounded by people with curly hair, and I am like, I tell all the youngsters, I'm like, keep your hair for as long as you can. I gave that speech actually to two young men and my son recently because they all have the same hair, and I'm like, I started balding at 17. Enjoy your hair for as long as you can. And then I showed you my hairline. I showed you my honest hairline yesterday. I'm bald all the way back to here. And Isaiah was about to say something, and I'm like, dude, that's your future. Careful. Because I look like my grandfather and my uncle. We all look like we could be in Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Well, I mean, you're in good company. You've got Cisco and Picard and
And every Disney villain.
you have
Tom
curly
Hardy
hair,
when he played a
Arabella?
villain in Tom Hardy played a villain in Star Trek, and he had a shaved head.
Is he the one who was with Section Whatchamathingy?
No, he was in the last movie that they made. As far as Next Generation, he played a cloned Picard because
Oh,
he was skinny back then. That was before he got buff.
I've totally misremembered who my people are, apparently.
He's super skinny in the movie, and I think that's why they cast him as clone Picard.
Oh,
It's a good movie. I like it, but again, I'm biased towards Star Trek movies. I read the books, I buy their merch, I watch shows I don't even like.
I've missed I'm behind on my Star Trek movies.
But Discovery's coming back for the last season, and I'm gonna cry because I love Star Trek Discovery. I know people were I loved from D'Kuvma, from the first scene when they showed the Klingons that everybody disliked. I was in love with that show. If you listen to the speech he's saying, he's like, "Oh, I'm trying to protect all Klingons," and then he's like, "Some of the most dangerous words on earth." And then Michelle, is it Michelle Yeoh? And she's like, "We come in peace."
Yeah.
Because to the Klingon, saying "we come in peace" is the most scariest thing on earth. Such a good opening to a series. And I'm all currently rewatching that and Deep Space Nine at the same time. That's why I'm all biased towards Discovery. I loved that show, but I'm rewatching it.
I only watched the first. I can't remember. I left off on season something or other, so I need to finish it. And then I keep thinking about watching Deep Space Nine again.
Such a well-written show, just intricate storylines. It builds up. It's such a good show because from the first season, they're referencing things that you won't see until the last season. Oh, excuse me. My brother is publishing Gene Roddenberry's last authorized short story Star Trek book. I think I own that. I think I own that book. Oh, it's probably in this room. The Borg Queen and Q get together. I think I own that book. And also, somebody sent me a book. It's unaired episodes of Star Trek Next Generation.
Huh.
And it's the script.
Wow.
That's what I said. It's I need to unearth that book. It's definitely in this room. It's an awesome book, but it's just unaired stuff. And then it also it's really cool. It's just an insider book, Star Trek book.
That would be interesting.
And then I have another behind the scenes Star Trek book, but I am obsessed with the old school paperbacks. So it's a paperback. But like I showed you, I cover them because they do disintegrate around me because I travel with books. Like even right now, I need to cover my SG1 book because I'm putting it in my pocket every day.
Oh my.
I'm almost done with it. I think I probably have like 60 more pages. It's getting good too. I'm reading it and I'm like, oh, the class is over. Right at the good part. See, that's the beautiful thing about having a good book. Like my son's having his MMA class and I can read a book. I like this. And you know what's so funny? Like he's part of the teenage class, the mid class. When I'm reading my book, all the older people pull up. And when I say older, they're like, it's an adult class. So it's people of all ages. But everyone's talking, but every single person is like this while they're talking. They literally have their phones in their faces. And I'm reading a book like a dinosaur. Like a literal dinosaur. And they looked at me and somebody finally said the words that made me feel like I was in Star Trek Discovery. Do you know what they said to me? Is that an actual book? Tilly says that to Michael Berman in the first season because she pulls out Alice in Wonderland and she's like, is that an actual book? This dude made me feel like I lived in the future when he said that to me. It made me laugh. The beautiful thing about having a book is having a book. Great sentences. They're geniuses. I freaking it made me laugh because I was like, oh, this is literally life imitating art. He said that line to me. I didn't even think people thought like that. Like, it's a book. Like, do people not walk around with books anymore?
A lot of people don't.
I do. And and you know what the funny thing is? Like, I judge a vest that if I could fit a book in like a paperback in the pocket or not.
I have some nice leather book covers to protect my books. Sometimes people are like, "Is that a Bible?" I'm like, "No."
You know what? This thing was kind of brand newish, and now it's all beat up. See, but it looks good in front of the camera. But like,
You should make yourself a book cover to protect your books when you
I
take
know.
it with you.
I'm almost done though. I'm such a geek. I did count the pages. I have like 90 pages left. No, I have. Well, whatever. I'm almost done with the book. I do need to cover that one though, and I need to finish the Constitution series. It's about a swarm, an alien swarm that comes to Earth every 15, 20 years. But every time the swarm comes, Earth gains a little bit more technology and gets smarter and smarter. It's a really good book.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I started it when my son was in the 5th grade, and I haven't finished it now, and he's in the 9th.
The one book or this whole series?
No, I read the entire series. This is the last book, but
okay.
That's when the plague started, and he was homeschooled, and I just was at home from that moment on, and that book sits here too, and it shames me. I covered that one though. Do you know what I have just cemented in my head? We are the world.
Oh.
We are the children. I made a mistake and showed water nay a part that I liked. It's stuck in my head now. It is just stuck in my head now. I just wanted to show you how Mike Jack thought he was better than everybody else, and how I still support Huey Lewis in the news. I have to find.
We didn't even get to see that part you were talking about.
It's because
we had to sit through that song.
It's because I Twitter too much. I'll admit it. Like, I never go on Twitter, and then I'll go on Twitter and fall in a Twitter just vortex. Like, I'm falling backwards, like in Bill and Ted when they were yelling, and they were like, "We don't have to yell, but we're still falling." I'm sorry, it still holds up. It's still funny to this very day. Still holds up. I've been waiting to tell you this, and I've probably already told you this. The next day, I woke up, and I'm not kidding you. My first thought was that song, and I woke up laughing. So I was like, wow, that stuff is on you like bad cologne. Like,
yeah, that's because they sing that chorus as some band for like the whole second half of that horrible song.
Okay, so are you ready for the Pepsi generation talk or what? Do you remember the first commercial? Make the world a better place. So when they did the remake in the 90s, that's another song that got stuck in my head over and over. But they tried too hard. Do you know they did We Are the World? Again, they redid it. I looked it up. The only person I recognized was Randy Jackson. I didn't even want to click on it because I'm like, a remake after I've been going off for almost 3 hours about Beverly Hills, whatever number it is. Trying to justify why I'm going to watch it. But when I saw that, I'm like, a remake of We Are the World? Get out of here. And the sad thing is, I think it was American Idol people. If it's not Fantasia, See, but like to me, Fantasia is famous, or that Justin guy who is, or of course Kelly Clarkson, or that Justin guy that has looks like he could be in your or my family with his curly hair.
Oh yeah, the guy who with the same season as Kelly Clarkson.
I thought, yeah, exactly. Those are the only people I know. Oh, and Ruben Studdard, of course. But that's
Well,
it.
and then Adam Lambert was on. He sings for Queen now. Oh, there was when he was touring with Queen, someone posted that they overheard someone saying in front of them in the audience. They're like, "He lost American Idol? Who won? Jesus Christ!"
Oh, that's hilarious. I really never got into those shows because judging all those judge shows were weird to me. So you can imagine how I feel about them now. Like even back then, I thought it was weird that people were willing. Like, okay, I know I can't sing. I know I can carry a tune, but I'm breathy. I know I can't sing, okay? So I'm not going to go up in front of Paula Abdul, Randy Jackson, and some snarky British guy to be named later. I'm kidding. And you know, and make a complete fool of myself. Would you do that for fame?
Well, the problem is, it's like I know that there are so many amazing singers out there. And so like let's just be realistic and let one of those amazing singers go on and do that, you know?
The
I'm
ridicule.
okay, but I'm not like them.
I'm not here to ridicule people, so I think it's weird that we've allowed that in society where we openly judge people like that. Because like I watch a lot of things about fashion, and if you listen to what people are saying, they sound like they're on American, like they're a judge on American Idol. They're like, I don't like her shoes. She made her shoes. I guarantee you the judge couldn't make you. Like I recently watched something where they were critiquing someone's outfit, and I'm like, you don't sew, you don't sew. You couldn't make this outfit if you tried. But that's me knowing the effort that this person put into making what they were, what was on the runway, you know? But I'm biased because I sew.
So are you just like against all competitions, or
I think we've reached a Roman level, a just like an unreal level of judging people. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing.
Okay.
I think no, but like if I'm terrible at singing, I need someone to tell me to my face though. Like, hey man, you sound like a braying cat. Get out of here. Like, you know, I get it. I get it. Much more polite, but I you know, I don't know. Are you pro? Like, I'll watch a show. Like I'm really into fashion shows, but I watch shows where like they have lifelong designers, people who have been sewing their entire life. I recently was watching a show where somebody who was a model was critiquing the clothes. Now, this particular person had a good eye, but they're not a sewist. Should they be judging a competition about people who sew?
Well, but it's not about the person's sewing skills, it's about the end product. So I mean, for me it depends on the show. Like some of the shows are very much like there's all this created drama behind the scenes and stuff like that, rather than just, oh, here are some really good people doing the thing they're good at, you know, let's pick the one we like best. So it depends on the show for me. And so
The one I was watching on Netflix, it was only about fashion, and I liked that. And they got into people's lives a little bit, but it was real. It wasn't like manufactured. They just said, "Hey, this is this going on in my life," and then they went back to the show. I have to highlight what Alibaba said. I don't like the music business at all. It is, it's unraveling right now, even with what's happening to like Puffy and all other people. The music business is unraveling in America right now. I never liked those talent shows. I just always found it weird because our talents are, I don't know. I don't know. There has to be a line somewhere. Like in the ball scene, like in the American ball scene, there's people dancing and doing all these amazing things. They had a major show about that, of people judging people in the ballroom scene. And these are people that have been in it 20, 30 years getting judged by people who are famous, who are just up there because they're famous.
I mean, but aren't there a bunch of competitions in the ball scene just already independent of this competition show?
Yeah, but it's much more compact than what we think it is because it's packaged out and sent out. There's only a certain amount of real kiki scenes. Like I wouldn't even say LA has one because we're much more of a party kind of place than, I know I said that live on YouTube. So when I get trashed for saying that, on the East Coast, it's much different than it is on the West Coast. The music business is pretty well collapsed. Turns out screwing everybody over might have some long-term consequences. But again, it's also people our age saying, "What is this?" and not paying for it or not letting our children pay for it. That's what's destroying the music industry, because my dad didn't like the music I listened to, but he paid for it. My mom despised, but she'd give me a buck or two to go buy a single. See, back in the day, kids, there was these things called singles that if you couldn't afford the whole album, you'd actually buy the song that was popular. And on the B side, which means the other side of the tape, which is a physical cassette tape, would be another song or an instrumental, which means, well, people know what instrumentals are. I always feel like I have to explain what a cassette tape is sometimes. Yeah, the music industry has collapsed. The greatest rewinding tool of all time. For a small bit, they had CD singles. That's right. I grew up near a record store. I was a little kid that would hang out at a record store so much they'd give me free posters. They got me into King Missile because King Missile had this huge promotion that nobody wanted. They're like, "Here, you want all these King Missile tapes?" I'm like, "Heck yeah. I love King Missile." They gave it all to me for free. Those are back in the good old days.
I worked in a music store for 3 years.
Oh, wow. Why have we not had the music conversation then?
I don't know.
What genre, what era was it?
Oh, in the early 90s.
Oh, Capitol Record era. Okay. I have a 12-minute cassette tape, 6 each side. I have them for samples and masters. I still have blank cassette tapes. I might put some Scotch tape on one side and record myself just for S and giggles. I still have mixtapes. Maxwell, I'm there. Quiz me some more. I'm there. I still have those. And you know what's so funny? My video camera, it had it was called digital tape. I wanted to be a stringer so bad. This was a very early inception of digital cameras. It's literally behind there. But anyways, they were made by Maxwell. So these tapes had the guy on the couch still in the 2000s. It was awesome. I was explaining to my son today in the car, a Shaq song came on. And my son's like, "Shaq's a rapper?" I almost pulled over. Because I had to explain it. I was like, "Look, bro, in 1990, I bought Shaq Diesel. I bought Shaq's album when I was a grommet." And see, that's the one thing I loved about being eclectic, because I listened to everything as a kid. So I can look back and laugh at myself now. But my son was like, "Why is Shaq on this song?" I'm like, "Because they respect him. Because he's a rapper." You need to leave Shaq alone. Y'all forgot. Everybody forgot about Shaquille O'Neal. And you know it's him because he sounds like this when he raps too, because he's literally 3 times bigger than every human on earth. But
Reminds
it
me of
made me
those.
I'm sorry, it made me feel like a dinosaur because I had to explain to my son about Shaq's like Shaq had a whole career. Shaq, and now I'm gonna make my son watch Blue Chips, the movie with Penny Hardaway and Shaq. Such a good movie. So and you know it's so funny. Now I have to look up that movie because there were actual famous people in that movie. I like the chrome tapes. Shaq has done everything. He's very much so like he reminds me of Jack LaLanne, of George Foreman. Well, they'll put their name on anything. When I was younger, well, I know I have an audience of a decent age, but when I was younger, there was this man called Jack LaLanne that would put his name on any exercise equipment, juicer, or anything. And Shaq reminds me of him. Now I have to look up who was in that movie. Blue Chips movie. I have such an eidetic memory. It's sad. Oh, they were so young. We were all young. These are the things I say to myself. You know, I have new neighbors. They are not ready for me. They are not. This morning, when I woke up, it's vacation time. So I had London fog going on in here, and I opened up my garage door. I walked out with my coffee, and I look over, and my new neighbor's just looking at me as my garage literally looks like it's on fire. So that was one. And Isaiah, he's exploring all kinds of things. So he wants to golf now. So I
Okay.
set up a net on the side of the house, and he's practicing his swing with our new neighbors over.
I mean, I like that idea better than football, and I don't even like golf.
I grew up with an avid golfer. My grandfather was a real golfer. I've showed you his pictures, golfing buddies. Never got into it. Never got into it. My grandfather purposely moved near. This town is built around golf courses. Never got into it.
Golf seems poorly designed to me because you whack the ball as far away as possible and then you go and chase after it. It seems like it would have been way more sensible to have the team on the other side hitting it back.
A golfing team. Oh, you just said sports ball and didn't even know it. You just said sports ball. Laugh out loud. Friend Sanford of Sewing Machines. Last Facebook post of he has 200 bowling balls. Doesn't bowl. I see. I love Fred Sanford. I use him as a measuring stick. Do you know we all had the day I brought him up, there were many confessions in the side chat because people were like, I watched Fred Sanford too. He's the kind of guy where I'd be like, hey, I got 90 sewing machines. Can you give me 10 grand? And he would do it. He would do it. 200 bowling balls. See, this is unless I had someone lined up to buy them immediately where I did not have to touch or move them, I would not purchase 200 bowling balls. Do you know the weight of that, Waternay? How much that would weigh?
Well, considering a light ball is like 9 or 10 pounds, that's going to be a lot.
I try to think of practical things like transportation, like when Stephanie in Canada, she's like, oh, I'm going to purchase an entire sewing store. And then it dawned on her, she's like, oh, I just purchased an entire sewing store. I watch her videos too as a telltale sign for me because I might do that one day and then fully regret it. No, I would geek out in that U-Haul for years. I bet he has many measuring sticks. Oh,
Ooh, maybe Fred Sanford has the wooden French curve.
you'd buy 200. I would, but only if I had the lineup for someone to buy them immediately. I learned. I only look crazy. I do not go with bad investments. Like, I'll hang out with a bad investment a little bit, but I won't commit to it. So I would only deal with 200 bowling balls if I could get rid of them immediately. There's a place in the UK, 3 floors collapsing under weight of antique sewing machines, 1850s up, many super collectibles. Hey, do you want to take a... Oh, see, I'm not a flyer and you're not a cruiser. I don't know if I'd be able to fly back with that many sewing machines.
You'd have to have them shipped.
See, this is why we need to bring back dirigibles. I would wear a 3-piece suit for that. Goggles, matching hat, and everything.
I'd be
Can't get
down
into
for a dirigible.
Can't get into the place because it's collapsing. I know somebody that has well, I don't know if it would be valid in the UK, but I know someone that has a contractor's license. I'd get in that house. I'd get those sewing machines safely too. Give me a saw, some rope, and a ton of safety equipment. And
Cherry picker, you'd work it out.
I'd show up with my 1979 tractor in the UK. Be like, do you guys have 87? Can I get some 87 leaded here? Oh. There's a typewriter collector whose landlord forced them to hire a structural engineer because they had so many machines. The landlord was concerned about the floor collapsing. Oh, I think about that all the time. I'm going to have to move to a warehouse or like buy another property because there's no way. Or just like buy a place and not say what I'm into and then just show up one day with 4 U-Hauls of stuff. Because I could show up with an 18-wheeler, but that's intimidating. I saw an 1890s cage and engine for a dirigible original and engine worked. Wow. It's on my list of crazy things that I am either gonna make or I want one. Did I tell you about my insane idea? I'm not gonna buy it because it's like $100,000. I could, but I won't. Have you seen those dolphins that go in the ocean that people drive? They're shaped as dolphins, but they're like mini subs.
I haven't seen the ones shaped like dolphins, but I've seen I've seen mini subs and I've seen the ones that are like, kind of like a scooter for in the water.
Oh my gosh. There's this company, they advertise and they look like dolphins. I'm just scared of getting beat up by other dolphins when they find out that I'm not a real dolphin.
Yeah, I'm not sure that you want to be mistaken for some sort of aquatic life when you're in the ocean.
My place is reinforced. I'm sitting on a concrete pad. I'm sitting like this room is literally on a concrete pad, so I could put a ton of weight in this room. But again, if there's an earthquake, we're all gonna go viral because I'm gonna run. I'm gonna jump over this. I'm gonna get out of this room as fast as I can. If there was an earthquake. Oh, the dirigible was Daimler Benz. Wow. That's a name from the past. I live in an old house. Floor joints are 2x8s and 12-inch centers. Cross brace 2. Holy cowbells. That wouldn't pass certs where I Wow. That's like my brother, his house is one of the original Pasadena houses. It's a 2-bedroom tiny. Anyways, it's worth more than anything in this neighborhood, but his house wouldn't be up to specs by today's standards because it's a 1910s house, but it's like one of the original Pasadena houses. So they let it slide. He has glass fuses in his house.
I mean, there's something to be said. I like original architecture and stuff, but there comes a time in every house's day that it needs to be rewired.
He's one of the only houses I've seen on this side of California that has a legitimate basement because it was built back then, you know?
Wow.
It's scary. At my height, you're barely in there. So it's scary. It's not like it's a modern basement where people play pool in there.
My uncle's wife had been looking at some real estate brochures. She was visiting from Canada. And so we were in my house at the time. And she says to me, "How do you get into the basement?" And I just looked at her. I'm like, "Basement? There's no basement." And she says, "Oh, that makes these houses even more expensive." I'm like, "Yep."
I would love, oh man, I really nicked my finger today. I
Ouch.
would love to have a room the size of my house. Man, you don't need an interior decorator. I'd just get a bunch of Amazon backgrounds, like my flowers here. I'm sorry, not my flowers. I'm
Your
sorry.
greenery?
I love that stupid thing. I'm sorry. I take all my sewing machine pictures now are with that background. I love, and it's just like a $10 Amazon background.
I found on Amazon an actual woven tapestry. Not like a printed thing, but like an actual woven. It's so nice.
Oh
It's like
wow.
3 by 5 or something like that. I have it hanging up. It's really pretty. It has like it's kind of Art Nouveau with these like trees and swirling clouds and stuff.
Okay, so I finally looked up Blue Chips with Shaquille O'Neal. Nick Nolte was in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Mary McDonnell, Ed
Mm-hmm.
O'Neill, Alfre Woodard, Marcus Johnson, Robert Wool. I'm trying to think of people like because a lot of these people are famous in the sports world. Like Larry Bird was in the movie. Like a lot of these people were famous, but it's crazy to me the effort people put in back in the day. Like it was a good movie with people who could barely act.
That had a lot of known people in it.
But Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway were like 16, they were like 17, 18, and 19 years old.
Oh, really?
Because Shaquille O'Neal went straight. No, Shaquille. I was actually watching something about Shaquille O'Neal went to college, but now there's a law against people going straight from high school to the NBA.
Really?
But back then there wasn't, so it wasn't rare for a 17-year-old to be around a grown man. There's a basketball player who has hardcore issues. His name's Kwame Brown. And he famously called out Michael Jordan because he was a 17-year-old kid and he got drafted to the Washington Wizards. Michael Jordan, even though it was the end of his career, he wanted to win. And Michael Jordan, imagine being 17 and getting yelled at by a grown man. Like Michael Jordan had no sympathy for him, but he was a child.
That's very intriguing, Alibaba. Message me.
I love finding when they find frescoes, they still find like Italian. They still find like Roman frescoes. Like, oh, we just chipped the ground and we found this. I'm like, that's amazing. And it's preserved underground. I love watching videos about that. I need to get National Geographic again. How many magazines is too many? Because I get Scientific American. And I told Men's Journal I don't want them anymore. They're not charging me for it, but they've been sending it to me for a year and a half. And I told you, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I randomly got subscribed to Wine Spectator. I don't drink. I had zero interest in Wine Spectator, and it just kept showing up at my house.
I get advertisements because I used to buy massive amounts of tobacco, so I get Pipes and Cigars magazine, and I'm like, leave me alone. I don't smoke anymore. Leave me alone. I'm surprised they don't send me free stuff anymore, to tell you the honest truth.
They heard you.
No, Vegas hasn't, and neither has Australia. I recently got letters from both asking me to come. Well, one's like, please come live here. And the other one's like, we miss you. Did we do something wrong? What did we do wrong? Sincerely, I'm telling you, they're going to send a blackjack dealer to my house like, hey, man, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Oh, maybe it's a message to start a pipe smoking series. You know, I've recently fallen into this weird rabbit hole on YouTube of watching pipe smokers. I'm like, where were you guys when I used to smoke? But people review different pipes. And it makes me laugh because some are cheap pipes that I know they just went to the corner store and bought. And other like this guy on every pipe. I'm like, dude, every pipe you're showing is a $90 pipe. I'm like, you have money, sir. Every pipe he was showing. I have to find that channel because I know a thing or two about smoking accessories, and you could spend a lot of money. Like anything you get into, you could spend a ton of money doing it. You know.
There was the liaison for the honor society. I went in to sign some papers or something, and he had a Mont Blanc ballpoint pen.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, oh, that's a very nice pen you got there. And he said that he found out just how expensive it was when he lost the one his wife had given him, and he had to go and buy a replacement.
You see, that's why when my son walked up to me and was like, hey, can I wear this Movado watch? I was like, when you're older, you can. You're gonna have it one day. When I'm not around, it's going to be yours. But right now, because of your age, you cannot wear a watch with a diamond in it. I'm sorry. I have a bunch of other black watches, and he knew. He's like, I don't want that one. I was like, well, then I'm sorry. You still can't wear this watch. I would like. Imagine if you lost that thing. You know, that's too much. That's too much. Like people gripe about giving children cell phones. Because part of me was like, because I'm a pushover. For as much as my dad was a tough guy, he was too. And so, like, my son will ask me certain things. I'm like, yeah, go ahead, you know. But like, he asked me to wear my Movado, and my brain was like, dude, hold on. You see that car out in front of your house? This watch is worth more than that truck that's sitting out in front of your house. You need to think about this. And for the record, I have not bought the $10,000 truck yet. And the kid, it's still sitting there. I call him a kid, but he's like 4 or 5 years younger than me. And the young man still is staying firm at the $10,000 price for a 1991 teal. Wow. It's like I don't know. It's that 1990s green, weird green. Instead of soup for you, it's no watch for you. Well, there's limits. My dad wouldn't let me wear a Rolex when I was 14. My pops had real Rolex watches. There's no way he would even let me touch them when I was age because he knew I wouldn't respect them like he did, you know?
Yeah. And it's just, you know, when you're that age, you seem to fall into all these like crazy circumstances that result in the watch going missing or getting run over, or, you know, it's a youth thing.
And I only say this from experience. This is all from experience. Like everything you said are things that I've done. Just like you cluck something away as a kid, or you're like, oh, you know, I
just set it down because blah 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 blah, or I had the watch on and then my friend thought it would be really funny to push me in the pool, or, you know, there's some something that just really boils down to too young for the watch.
If you want, I feel like aging myself. A long time ago, my parents bought me a beeper, and I lost it. And they were like, you better go find it. back then, pagers were worth a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, I did. Do you know I have an old pager around here? I wonder. I would feel so odd walking around with a pager. Could you imagine? All right, I need I need a cell phone that's the size of a pager now. I want to relive my youth, even and while having modern technology. They brought back the flip phone.
They what?
There's a weird flip phone that opens and it's the size of an iPhone. It's all one screen, but the screen folds.
Mm-hmm. Remember when we wanted the like super super tiny phone? And
Oh
with
yeah.
the screens, everyone wants like the big phone, but then the phone got like all out of hand because it was like a tablet, and
I remember
cyclical.
my uncle walked in with. I still want to know what kind of phone that was. He walked in. This was 7 years ago. Walked in with a phone the size of like a Nook or a mini tablet. And it was his phone. And because he's 5'5", it looked humongous on him.
Wasn't it like the Samsung something or other that was big like that?
Yes, I know it wasn't an iPhone. It was something in that realm. I remember being like, "Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Don't say." He looked great. Yeah. And I kind of want one now. But he looked crazy walking around with this giant tablet on his hip.
Instead of Shaq holding things, it's your cousin holding things.
Do you know what? You have introduced me into a few of my new obsessions. I have this weird obsession of watching videos of Shaq holding normal things now. There's threads
Right?
on Twitter. You have sent me down rabbit holes. There's whole
Shaq holding a Coke can.
I talked about
Sorry.
that. I showed Isaiah a picture of Shaq holding a Coke can today. He was like, "What?" I was like, "I don't think you understand." When I was a child, there were these places called Sports Chalet all over Southern California. And back when I bought Shaq's album, I didn't know tonight is going to be the Shaquille O'Neal stream, I guess. They had Shaquille O'Neal's shoe at our local Sports Chalet.
Wow.
He wears a size 23. It is double. It's huge. It's unexplainably huge.
Wow.
And at every Sports Chalet, and this was back in the day, they had a replica of just how big Shaq's foot was.
Wow.
Someone I work with, she is 4'9". Wow, 4'10"-ish. She's a very well-off human being. I've known her my entire life. Her name's Rini. She for most of her adult life, she's lived in a building. And one day, this young man named Shaquille O'Neal moved into her building. There is a picture where Rini is not even up to his kneecap. Like she's like maybe up to his knee. Shaq's knee is like 4'9", 5 feet.
Wow.
Oh yeah. There's one picture where she's just standing there, and there's another one where he crouched down.
Oh no.
She is somebody. No, she's that rich old lady that you want to be your friend. But it looked like there was a mountain behind her. Oh yeah, she shows everybody those pictures. I love her. She's an amazing human. But she shows everybody those pictures. He eventually, won championships with the Lakers and moved out. But it was just so funny. I don't think people realize the size. Like the first time I went to the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
I think like you hear things, you see things, people, even in today's world where you see pictures of people on the skywalk, it's one thing. Then you go there and you're like, wow.
I remember when I heard about some Olympians like long jump record or something. And I'm like, just calculating the space in my house. And I'm like, that's like jumping in this door and out that other door way over there. Like, it's mind boggling.
When was the last time someone did a tightrope walk? Is that like completely
Oh.
illegal now?
I don't know, but
Can you? I can't say his name properly because I invert people's names. It's Joseph
Gordon Levitt.
He made a movie about the man who walked in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Across the towers.
Yeah.
It actually got me really into people who are. It's crazy. I do not have those impulses to walk across to like. I don't need that kind of attention.
No.
At
I
my
have
age,
too healthy a sense of self-preservation.
I don't even like driving fast anymore. My son pointed out, he's like, you've really slowed down. And I was like, thank you. So you're not a tightrope walker, huh?
No.
I told you how much I don't like his movies, and then I ended up watching that movie. It's a good movie. I was shocked.
Oh, why don't you like his movies?
Yeah, he's in everything. It's one of those things. It's not even of an annoyance thing. It's just he's in everything. Nobody does tightrope walks anymore because nobody cares about them anymore. You can watch somebody get blown up in Brazil nowadays. A tightrope walk is tame. You're so right. I think I've told Waternay a million times. A long time ago, somebody that I dated put me in this group of cartel people doing revenge on humans. And because I speak Spanish, there were certain videos where I couldn't sleep at night when I'd watch them. You're right. But to me, tightrope is just as scary. Watching someone walk on a tightrope is just as scary. But you are right, though. You are right, Kilroy. I didn't think about that because I'm. That is true. So no tightrope walking. Okay.
No.
And you're not gonna jump with me out of the plane with the parachute I make. We could make
Absolutely
one.
not.
We could make one together.
No. That is something that should be done by the trained professionals.
See, this is why my so-called life needs adult supervision, and we will internally think 2023 thanks you for finding my so-called life. Because around here sometimes I need you to grab my foot and pull me back down to earth sometimes.
Goodness.
I still might do. No, I won't do the parachute.
No. That's a terrible idea. It's one thing to go skydiving. It's quite another to think that you can make your own equipment. No.
Isaiah said this to me recently. He's like, I want these because I've bought him all kinds of gloves that aren't good enough, apparently. And he's like, I want these kind of MMA gloves. I was like, I'll make them. He was like, no. Can't be that hard. Well, you said a professional. No, we're both reading it. Go ahead.
A professional parachute and landing in a net sewn by Will. Well, I mean, if you have the professional parachute and then like a trained parachute person, you kind of, I don't know, if you land in a net, you can probably twist your ankle or something. So I'm not sure that's the best idea.
Have you ever jumped into a giant net like that? Oh, you did. You did gymnastics, didn't you?
I did gymnastics, but I didn't jump into a net. I've just done like trampoline stuff or a foam pit or
both. I've done both. It's a lot of rolling. It's a lot. You roll your brains out. I can't believe I've actually done something that you haven't done. I can't say I'm a trapeze artist. But I've been in a studio where they did trapeze.
Okay.
And because I'm obsessed with with bad ideas, I jumped on the net.
Okay.
It's weird though when you drop 20 feet and your heart is up still 25 feet where you jumped.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to roll. And then you're literally just endlessly rolling until your weight takes you off of that net. It's not as fun as it looks. Being a trapeze artist is not for anyone who has any type of anxiety in any way, shape, or form. If you're
No,
impatient,
there's just too much that can go wrong with that.
oh. I've jumped in a shoot tower and the landing wasn't a net at the end. And you know, when I was a kid, they had this really weird Boy Scout elimination course. I still don't know what it was for. But like once every 3 or 4 years in the Boy Scouts, you'd run this thing and you'd have to jump off this 15-foot thing into a net. I was a child and I did that. I think that's where all my adrenaline stuff comes from. That and growing up near an amusement park. The shoot tower was way more than 20 feet, more like 80. Oh, that's hardcore. Let's see if it'll do it. Do. Why do you not like me?
Maybe you need to be farther back. Oh, no, it did it.
No, they want the llama. This is the llama. Those are the horns. They want the llama. Oh, they like both. I do have oblong parts. And just because I live to give my friend here a hard time every once in a while, I have bone spurs. Giant bone spurs.
That looks so uncomfortable.
It's not. I've had it my whole life. I feel nothing. I have humongous bone spurs, and because I have skinny parts, that they stick out even more. I have giant bone spurs.
I just have a wrist. Oh, there's a little bone.
Oh, this one is bigger, and my lighting is way too good today. Oh, if you saw my ankles, you would be like, go to the doctor now. They're just too huge. No, I have 2 huge bone spurs.
As long as you don't have bunions. If you have bunions, then you should see a professional before they get to be like serious.
Before you have 19-20 foot is what I call it. Military kid, so I got to play with the real stuff too. The 50 cal machine gun was fun. When I was a kid, do you know what's so funny? There used to be driving ranges all up in these canyons. They built homes where people used to let off with just tons of ammunition.
Oh, goodness.
And there's this island in Portland where my pops told me that they would do drills for Vietnam because a lot of places in Portland looked like Vietnam. And like my dad asked me, he's like, hey, is there still a place called Goose Island? I'm like, yeah, there's $1 million homes there. And he's like, what? And he's like, if they knew the things that we did to that place. And that was in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, you know. All right. We've been going for 4.5 hours. Still here, I just have to get rest because I dispatched at 11. Oh, well, it's great to see you, Commander. I'm gonna go park this ship somewhere in a nebula for the evening. This has actually been a great stream. We came, we saw, I have Sophia in the fleet now. I will finish that. Excuse me, that vest will be finished very soon. I am now, oh my gosh. Oh, that's just sad. I'm officially sewing in the hat now. It's better with it's just floppy in the hat. That's okay. It's the modern era. They have stuff for that. I hope everybody has a great evening. Thank you so much for hanging with me for 4.5 hours. Honestly, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. I know it's the holidays, so thank you for being there for me. Tomorrow night, I'm gonna do a live stream at 10 o'clock. Anyone who wants to stream with me, I will be there because it's still 2023 in California, and I'm gonna continue what I did last year. So if it's me sewing for 2 hours by myself, I'm okay with that too. I'll be back at it tomorrow. So I will see everybody tomorrow evening. If you're around, it's gonna be late though. I'm gonna start streaming at 10 o'clock my time because I'm gonna rock in the new year on the West Coast. Happy New Year. But I will be here tomorrow. If anyone's around, I hope everybody has a great evening. Thank you so much for streaming with me. To anyone watching this in the future, you absolutely rock and you are appreciated. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time, which will be tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.